Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Ludo History. We're back, as usual, with Assassin's Valhalla. It's a Saturday. It's what we do. So, today we're going to be doing Eurvicscire, which means we're going to meet Halfdan, which will be cool. And we'll have some dubious science, which will be cool. And then we're going to see the Picts, which is a thing. We'll just say it's a thing. Oh yes, there is great pain. There is plenty of pain incoming. It might even be, like, vaguely enjoyable pain, because, you know, it's really bad, but in a shocking turn of events, it's bad in a way that is easily identifiable. Cause it's pretty clear where it's coming from, and it's just that where it's coming from is dumb. Oof. Alright, KJ, hopefully you get back soon. We'll be here for 4 hours. There's plenty of time.
I want to see the Alliance map.
Let's go. We're actually almost at the end of the game. We've got Winchester, Hamptonshire, which we can't do yet, Gloucestershire, which will be next week. Just next week we're going to be doing Gloucestershire, and there'll be time. There'll be guests, and it'll be fun. We've got Nottinghamshire, which will also have guests, and will be actually fun. We've got this one, and we've got Jotunheim, which I'm hoping to get Release Sarcastic Productions on for, if they're free. Red's very busy all the time, but, I'm hoping I can get her on. Anyway, first things first.
Eurvicscire.
Halfdan Ragnarsson, conqueror of the north, sends his greeting. He wishes to meet with Eivor Wolfkiss personally.
Halfdan Jarl. I have heard that man's name so often. I feel as though I know him already.
He is currently entangled in a war with the Picts of the Northern Hills. I suspect he wants your counsel, or your axe. If you are keen to meet him, he asks that you join him at his war camp. I have the location here.
Gloucestershire will be a time.
Once.
With caution, Eivor.
Hi there, Sigurd.
Eurvicscire is currently at war with the Picts,
Uh-huh.
a proud clan that lives just beyond the Roman wall.
Interesting use of the word clan there, Ranvi. Very interesting use of that word. In the 9th century, the Picts are a kingdom. The two main groups of the Picts unified in the 8th century. And so right there is a unified kingdom of the Picts that is about to get displaced by the Scotti. Hey Sigurd. Bother. 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 Come on, talk to me. Explain the metaplot. Come on, you've explained no metaplot. I'm going to bother you until you do. I know, right? You'd think that literally spend 2/3 of the game trying to get him to come back, and you'd think he'd do anything, but no. Just kind of exists. Anyway, actually, let's get started with the usual, figuring out what we're going to wear today. Actually, I should see what Reda has first to see what pain we can inflict on ourselves, though. I don't think we have enough opals to do anything. We can at least see if there's any pain. They have not.
Greetings.
What do you have today?
Oh. Oh. Yes, quite. I see. That raven armor, that raven skin though. Gothic. Why is the Gothic I swear they are so confused as to what means Gothic. Right, because this looks like it's actually like Gothic as in the Goths, as in the historical group. And this looks like it's Gothic as in, edgy depressive stuff. And then we have a dagger that's supposedly created by the Ljósalvar, or the Light Elves. The Light Elves actually, like,
Got a contract for me.
are a thing. So, Snorri describes them as being...
Monster. No hurry, but sooner's always better than later. Unless you're the target.
I'm off. You well, friend.
Watcher,
Go on, I'll
you know,
see here.
I don't know that they didn't hang out in malls in the 1990s, but I also have a suspicion. Oh, hello.
Hello. Need something forged?
Good day. Is Gunnar about, or did he leave and not mention it?
We'll talk about elf taxonomy in a moment.
Ask me to run his shop while he's away.
It is good to meet you, and strange to see Gunnar away from his forge.
Well,
She's here.
As far as I know, he's got a very compelling and beautiful reason for his absence. So here I am.
Well, if Gunnar has faith in you, I do too.
Then I say you have fine taste. Have a look at what I've got.
Indeed. Let us see.
What have you got for me today?
We have no titanium, so that kind of limits our options, but we can upgrade a weapon. You know what? Let's actually upgrade this and see if it looks any less bad. That didn't even change. Boo. That didn't even change appearance. I didn't check that. I have been betrayed. Right, that just... yeah, that's final appearance reached. I need more new appearances. Let's upgrade this one. Anyway, yes, I am done because I have no anything.
Farewell, Eivor.
Anyway, it's actually cool that they put her in, and it's just not a big deal, right? They don't make a big deal about it, and I appreciate that they did not make a big deal about it. The only black character apart from Immortal Magic Child.
Should buy that. Eager to find a new home for these. This was a smart purchase.
But, you know, they don't make a big deal about it, and so we won't either. Just, while we don't really have a lot of evidence for, black people, or for Yanli, East Asian people in the time period here, in England, the trade routes do exist, right? It is
I hope to see you soon.
It is theoretically possible for someone to make it, and so I am not at all bothered or worried about including diversity in your world. I wish there was diversity outside of our settlement, and there really isn't. But, you know, casual multiculturalism is a win. Oh yeah, also, we've got some heads to turn in.
Beautiful, beautiful. Nature is amazing.
Ta-da! We have killed a bunch of them. And we get a crappy bow for it. And a bad tattoo scheme. And a hollowed out monolith stone. And we've got, you know, 3 more to do here. This guy will be easy. Actually, well, we've got 2 more here. One of these is in Hamptonshire, the other one's in Nottinghamshire, I believe.
I must take my...
And Until next time.
Yep, Rollo is somewhere. Where is Rollo? I saw him walking around. We're gonna hunt down our friends, cause we have lots of friends. Oh. Anyone? No? There he is.
Rollo, returned from Francia already. This is a surprise. Is the Lady Estrid well?
She is. Had a rough few weeks upon our return, but she is on her feet and with her family. And I am looking for a new adventure. If I remember right, you said I might find it here.
Yeah, you know,
That's right.
you'll be here for like a week, but then you should go to Francia and go be
Sail soon enough.
who you need. Math. So Rollo is actually the only name he is attested by in the medieval material. We don't have anything from the Norse record for what his Norse name is. We just have, him called Rollo in all of that material. And so calling him Hrolfr is actually just trying to reconstruct the linguistics, continental European versus Norse sound changes. So, okay, I saw Bishop Finner. Where is our good bishop?
Go soon.
Anyone? Anywhere? No? Dang. Don't know where he went. And yes, this would be Rollo the Walker. Who we assume is Hrolfr Gangi. Who becomes the first Duke of Normandy. He gets... In 874-ish, he goes to Normandy. And then... actually stays there, is eventually granted the land by Charles the Bald,
And our feasting table will
and takes the name Richard when he converts to Christianity.
Kind of you. I hope one day I can repay you.
You are among friends here. There is no need.
No need, but a desire. An earnest one. I remember the good things people do for me. To warm my heart in times when kindnesses are few and far between. There was one more thing, though, if you had a moment. A grain merchant has set up the river. I want to bring a half-dozen bags home, but I would need an extra pair of hands.
I cannot help now. Maybe later.
No rush. Just let me know.
We will never do that quest. You know, I actually don't know what... Oh, there's Bishop. Our good Bishop. Hello, Bishop.
Finir, welcome to our home. May you find a second wind here. One to fill your sails and send you across the world and back.
That is an image I will fix in my mind, Wolf-Kissed. Happy to be aboard.
We should actually put him on our boat.
Our warriors now have a place to rest and train.
A fine shelter it is. Which reminds me, a few of your raiders are chomping at the bit in hope of becoming your second.
Yeah, now that Dag is dead.
One.
No, I don't care. I truly don't care. Why are you making me, like, care? Or we could not do that. That skull is pretty egregious, I won't lie. Okay, I don't care. Look at all this multiplayer gear that I don't I truly can't be bothered with. Let me change my... I just want to change who's on my boat, so I can actually use it. Jeez. No, still can't. Jesus. Well then. Absolute waste of everything. Let's get going. Look at all these quests in town that we're not doing. Anyway, let's see where we're actually trying to go. We're trying to go up here. So I mean, you know, I was gonna say that we should actually go by boat and actually enjoy the sights and check in and start doing things. Or fast travel goes burr. And Peter, I don't think I'm gonna do Randvi's side quest. We might do it just in case to see if there's anything interesting, but you know, good ending. I appreciate good ending. Yes. I'm sure this is fine. I'm sure this is all absolutely fine. You know, you don't usually leave valuable gemstones just lying around after you raid a place. Just a thought.
The battle climbed into the hills.
Just gonna
I need your eyes, my friend.
leave that as a note. 'Cause, fisticuffs. Alright. Fair play. Yeah, this is supposed to be in the Pennines.
Hey, who's that?
I think. To look as close as the game... Armor to look as close to what the Picts be like as we can. Okay. And, Okay. Raptorus, are you proud? Are you happy yet?
Everyone all right?
Help the wounded, and get every man's name. We leave none behind.
This is pretty trash tier fashion, but this is also pretty close to right.
Now there's a face I've seen before.
Faravit, we met in Eurvik, the Yuletide feast.
The Yuletide massacre. I remember. What brings you here?
Halfdan Jarl. He summoned me. Is he near?
He was, but the Picts hit us hard. We were separated.
Uh-huh. Speaking of which, the Picts are raiding south of Hadrian's Wall. We're gonna have to get closer.
Picts. I'll be happy to see the likes of me.
Here's a nice hard shaft in your ear. Archer dog.
Damn it. Come on, get closer. Eivor. Eivor. So, everyone say hi to the Picts. Were you all prepared? Once we get through this fight, we'll talk, because, oh boy. But, just appreciate it. Wait, how did that kill him? How did that kill him? Alright, round number next. This guy in particular has an aesthetic going on. Ow. Again, how is that a kill? Ow, could you stop blowing fire everywhere, my guy? Please? Oh, damn it. Just straight up whiffed. Ow. God. Ow. Yes, indeed. Sir. Sir? What are these coins? Hang on. These are clearly coins that are just kind of strapped to his helmet. Yeah, I got nothing. Hey look, it's Headhunting Watcher. This is totally how that works, right? Totally the point of having heads on your belt is just to have, like, skulls with lower teeth, but no mandible. Right? That's totally right. Hey. Oh goddammit, I'm poisoned again. Seriously? Why am I poisoned? Come on. Knife. There we go, got the knife. Ow. Rude. And once again, I question that. Like, that would crack someone's arm, that would dislocate their shoulder. I don't think that would kill someone.
Picts are just ahead. Yeah, I'll lead the way and we'll watch your back.
Okay, I see a shield and spear. Thank God. Historically attested weaponry. What? Oh, by the way, did I mention that we got this? We got this from killing Fulka.
I'll live, but my men.
Yeah, they got kinda wrecked, I won't lie. I was too busy punching people to actually kill them efficiently. I'm sorry. That's probably on me. We did not see the suplex animation. I did not suplex anyone. We just, like, dislocated a bunch of people's shoulders and pretended that that killed them. Physics. Everything is wrestling, as Polygon has demonstrated. Everything is wrestling.
Tonight we drink with Odin. Either way we claim victory.
Far of it, that's not quite.
For Thor!
Yes, indeed. Say hello to Halfdan Ragnarsson. Hi, Thor. This man screams Thor.
You owe me your life, old friend. Once again.
Halfdan Ragnarsson.
This guy also happens to have the same voice actor as Thor.
I don't know you. One of Faroid's new dogs?
I am Eivor of the Raven clan.
Eivor, yes. Down in Mercia. Kingmaker with my brothers Ivar and Ubba and Finnir in East Anglia. From the tales I hear, I feared you might be taller.
That's not a fear you feel often, I imagine.
So you answered my summons. But the timing is poor, as you can see. Too many here are spent, battle sore, thirsty. Faramir, have your men build field pyres for the dead.
At once, my yard.
Indeed.
Not here, not now.
Suspicious.
Then to Doncaster for a victory feast!
The oldest son of Ragnar Lothbrok, so he says. What do you make of it?
He has double something.
Powerful first impression.
Just the way he likes it. Welcome to Eurvicscire, friend.
Well met, Faravit. I was hoping your Jarl would be as welcoming, but I suppose I must earn his trust.
Is that why you've come here? To earn Halfdan's trust? To find a seat at his table?
I have my own table. What I want is a bond of friendship between the new lords of England.
Indeed.
Among whom you count yourself, I suppose?
It is an ally I seek, not a master.
Well, there is but one lord of Northumbria.
Uh-huh. What are my tattoos, ask me? These are, yes, this is the Emir Scream tattoo, which is, a thing. And then, I don't remember what tattoo it is. If you think these are bad, you can spend channel points in order to change them. And I will go back to the settlement in order to change the tattoos to something equally egregious. Hey, part of it. Talk.
He's at Doncaster, the towering castle by the river.
So yeah, let's take a look at part of it. Of course you can't freaking see it. There it is, right on his neck there. You can almost see there's this weird, like, tattooing or scar pattern on his neck. That means that he's an Isu sage, because the meta plot is everywhere, and the developers confirmed that Faravid, when he was an Isu, was female. So the most commonly accepted interpretation is that this is Sif. This is Thor's wife. We'll see how that goes. Truly, truly remarkable. Hey, Blues. Did you donate the 12,000 in order to make me put on some armor? Or the 1,200 to make me... Right, just highlighting a message doesn't make me put on armor. Okay. Fine. So we can either stick to this armor, or we could wear something else. What do you want? Alright, we're gonna stick with the huntsman armor then, cause you know, it's bad, but the more we upgrade it, the less bad it's gotten. Anyway, we are heading down to that giant ruined tower at Doncaster. Which... I wonder. I mean, obviously that's supposed to be a ruined Roman castle, somehow. Physics. But it feels almost like that's supposed to be a reference to Doncaster, Munster, to the cathedral that kind of dominates that town's skyline.
Show me.
Horse. No, not. Anyway, the D-pad on my controller is not the greatest in the world. Truly not the best I've ever seen. But that's okay. But yeah, ruined Roman...
The Roman giants outdid themselves with this fortress.
Ruined Roman... Norman keep. You can see the banners here are Bayou Tapestry Raven banner, which is associated with the Ragnarsons, so I think I pointed that out in the Eurvicscire, but you know, this is actually, as far as possible heraldry you could assign arbitrarily to different peoples. Giving this one to Halfdan, and more generally Northumbria, is probably a pretty decent choice, at least for the Norse faction. But you know, right, that is actually coming off of an 11th century or 11th century embroidery, so we take it. We take it. The mammoth skull we don't take. Let's just slow roll here to our crenellated palisade. dominated by a mammoth skull. Just in case you were, wondering if there was logic.
Where would Halfdan Jarl hold court?
Gee, Eivor. Could you guess? God. The pandering to the player is sometimes very dumb. Come on, we've been seeing this since like the very first stream. Now, where is our... Oh.
Be my eyes soon.
There's our tattoo. Well. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I mean, Doncaster probably does actually have a Roman fort. It's just that that Roman fort is not... No, Eivor. Eivor, you know how to climb up, right? No? No? God forbid. Like... I don't know why I bother. Eivor just has no interest in... being not the worst at parkour. Hey, there we go. We managed. Sneak. Now then, which arc did we get? Hjartaskim. Well, that one looks pretty bad, but not too egregious. We could get worse. We have the power, I hope. I fear? It's definitely one of those words. Hey! So, this is the actual shape of the Raven Banner, according to the Bayeux Tapestry, when showing, who's his name? Haraldr Hardrauða at Stamford Bridge. This is the actual shape of the flag. This is what it's supposed to look like. These giant pennants are not actually what's going on there, so I'm glad that they included it somewhere, even if they're plastering a bunch of other ones for no reason. Indeed.
Hey, you! My eyes and soul do not deceive me. You are the wolf-kissed, are you not? Come.
Greetings, Bart.
That face, that scowl. Yes, indeed. You must be the wolf-kissed. Oh, your fame and generosity are...
Hey, so this is actually basically the same harp that is attested throughout the early English and Norse periods.
The brave are wealthy, the wealthy are brave. So it goes. How about it, Eivor the Wanderer? Part with a queen's ransom and live on...
I don't know why they're calling them bards.
Silver comes and silver goes.
But this is Benjamin Bagby, when he does his performances of Beowulf, uses basically this harp. I think his is 7 strings instead of 9, but other than that, is fine. Indeed, our original composition.
History unknown, did the Norse take a stand, and now all must atone. Now comes Eivor of the Ravens with the sun for eyes, trailing a river of blood enough to paint the skies. To your fate with a kiss, a blade to your throat, the wolf's fangs to your shins. For the one blessing and the one curse is to meet the wolf kiss.
He tried.
However, you make up
Indeed.
with your clever
Eivor's judgment is correct.
Such as I. We give and we give and we get nothing back. So it goes. Farewell, generous champion. From beyond the whale roads, from history unknown, did the Norse take a stand, and now all must atone. Now comes Eivor of the Ravens with the sun for eyes, trailing a river of blood enough to paint the sky.
Well then.
Succumb to your fate with a
Wasn't that just the most enjoyable?
to your throat, the wolf fangs to your shield.
We're gonna have to listen to him for a bit longer, I fear. Should be fast enough. Hulder's mark scheme. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, we've heard worse singing in this game. Worse and good aren't quite the same metric, though.
I will attend to her soon, I promise. But Halfdan
Yeah, so this... Right, his kennings were extremely weak. As far as alliterative verse forms go for Old English or Old Norse poetry, that was pretty tragic. That was pretty catastrophically bad, I will. But it's very much kind of, I don't know, fitting modernity.
Are
Hello.
you a nun? I thought nuns dressed like geese.
nothing of the sort. I am Moira of Wika, Halfdan's herbalist. He is an ill man, and I do what I can to give succor and hope.
I saw him fight. He was in fine health then.
Thanks in part to my soothing tonics. Would you pardon me?
Indeed. So, that's the first we've heard of him being sick. That's probably not great, I won't lie. Not optimal. What a shock.
That is the plan.
Yet my people suffer day by day.
Your people? Do you rule a shadow kingdom under my nose?
Uh-huh.
People suffer from these brutal winter raids.
Yeah, why are the Picts raiding in winter? They don't have a ton more stuff than Northumbria does. By the way, shouts to this chandelier. Looks cool as hell, is totally nonsense. Actually describes most of this town, and this game, and everything. This is not a thing. Right, presumably the idea is that you, like, fill the horns with oil, and then you have a wick, and then they burn down. But, you just had oil lamps that you carried with you. This is just asking to burn the hall down. Anyway.
This war must end. That is my first concern.
Is it Rishia?
When I say we strike, Halfdan's hammer protects this land. Tell my people that, King Rishia.
As you wish, my lord.
Uh-huh. So in this time period, Rishia is the king of Northumbria, and Halfdan is actually avoiding that responsibility. As far as this goes, this is actually right.
Come closer.
Despite Halfdan
Son, my sword arm answers your call.
being...
Thank you for your tribute.
I'll wait till after this cutscene to talk about that.
Your battles and deeds are well known to me. And you are the hero of Eurvic. So sing my skalds.
Not just any hero. Eivor brought order to the city when King Rishie could not.
Uh-huh.
Say you rooted out a gang of thieves and traitors.
Not alone, but I led the charge.
I was pretty much alone.
The silver Eivor recovered there.
I'm sorry, Leovina did not do anything.
It is wasted fighting Picts. Should be put to better use.
I try never to regret the decisions I make in a time of war.
Agreed. To second-guess ourselves would only stall the victory.
Uh-huh.
I don't regret sending Faravid to lead our strike against the Picts, in spite of Eivor winning the day.
Careful.
Eivor and I felled them Halfdan Jarl, so you could sweep in, stab a few cold corpses, and claim a glorious victory.
Uh-huh. Yup, this is... These two are clearly on the best of terms.
Old Your jests hit like Odin's spear, always on the mark.
I would not be here without your hammer, Great Jarl. Please accept this, your share of the loot we won today.
A thing of beauty. Frankish, I believe. What do you think, Eivor?
Indeed.
Wine goblets are for Roman kneelers. Give me a
Hey, we haven't succumbed to the Roman giants, unlike Sigurd and everyone else. Hey, Halfdan's on our side.
By your leave, Lord, I must return to my forward camp. It's a long, cold ride.
So, by the way, remember, we went raiding against...
My lord, in your summons you said...
Also a rare change. We are not the Glory Hound this time.
Fill yourself with ale, and meet me atop this tower of stone.
Faravik gets to be the Glory Hound, instead of us being randomly accused of it.
Tale of friendship and treachery. Tale as old.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Come on, zoom in. Nope. Come on. Please? Eivor, I need you to just stand still. Zoom out. Come on. Uh-huh. Why? Why do we have a Galdrastaver on the fucking, like, bear skull on our shoulder? This looks like it's of the Eurvicscire. I'm trying to decide if it's Eurvicscire or Eishjolmr, and it's not the same on all of them, so I think this is Eurvicscire. Though, obviously the potential exists that it could be, some other Galdrastaver. There are more than two, so this could be one that I'm less familiar with, but we pretty much always see those two, so whatever. What this appears to be referencing is the idea that the Eishjolmr would be painted on someone's forehead. In the early modern period, they explicitly say that, and if we assume the Eishjolmr described in the in Volsunga Saga and in Fafnismal in the Poetic Edda are referring to the same symbol, then the dragon Fafnir paints it on his forehead, despite not having arms. Don't worry about it. But that seems to be a reference to that, but they, like, transplanted it onto a frickin', like, I think bear skull? Maybe wolf skull. And it's total nonsense. This form of it is early modern, not medieval. And to be honest, I'm skeptical of the claim that we can actually identify it as medieval at all. I'm not persuaded that the Eishjolmr that is described there must be the same one as appears in the 15th century. So, or that the one that's described in Fafnismal is the same one that appears in the 15th century. So, right. I'm skeptical. I'm just skeptical. There's something neat there, but also, ugh. Food. Correct. Which means the Picts are the fools. Also, speaking of it being winter, it's like mega winter. They'll describe about wanting to get through... later in the arc, they'll talk about wanting to finish this before the next big snow comes. And, like... it's already here, folks. Come on, let me lower. Let me lower, please. Some of these crops look like they're awfully, growing for what state we're in. Right? Those crops look awfully, alive for it being winter. Also, that's an oak tree, right? I'm not totally being dumb here. This one is not the assets are dumb. This is deciduous. Those ones obviously are. We're sometime after Yule, you know? We are sometime in, like, January or February. That's alright, we have some dead trees, or some leafless trees over here, some conifers, and then some that seem to think it still is October. And, this one looks like it may have not realized that it's winter at all. Right, I'm like... Some of these trees really don't seem to know what the heck season it is. Right, those are clearly... Anyway, the environments in this game look gorgeous until you start thinking about it. And then you start thinking about it. Alright, it's like below us. Because there's another level to this stupid thing. Maybe?
Fair warning, Cheryl. My fists have hammered nails and
Wait,
strangled shrieks.
want to say that word again, Eivor? I'm pretty sure you said Cheryl instead of Cheorl. Sir? 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 We've got a guy who's so hyped he's vibrating. We got a guy so hyped he was vibrating.
You fought well, warrior. But here your legend ends, bound to no name.
That is not the right voice line for that bit of feast. This game. Right, that was not the correct voice line. Also, are you Gollum? Is your... Like, that dude needs a cup of tea stat, because his voice is hoarse. Ah, they're up. Okay. I'm deeply confused by there's just stuff happening. There's just stuff happening.
Like the ocean's tide. Only fate will keep you from winning.
Yeah, watch me throw this.
What fate do these dice hold for you?
Watch me just throw this game really hard. That's alright. Let's see. We have Thor, we have Vidar, and we have Heimdallr. Heimdallr, yeah. Thor, Vidar, and Heimdallr. Okay. Pretty much we're just going to be using Thor. We're just going to build a bunch of fate, we're going to whack them with Thor, and then we're going to win. This minigame is actually a lot of fun. It just takes a long-ass time. For no particular reason. Ah. What a nutty first roll. Like, what an absolutely insane first roll he got. At least it turns out well for us. You know? We take that? I think we take that. This is made up. This is totally 100% made up. Yup. And a bunch of those, and then we'll steal 3, and then he'll steal 2 of them back, and we're still up. We are still out. By any metric, we are still winning. I guess we'll grab these 3. That seems fine.
Interesting.
So that's netting us 6 right now. And he's only getting 2, so... we'll skip this turn, and then we'll hit him really hard next turn. Because now we've got enough to guaranteed get Thor Strike off, even if he gets a crazy roll. I don't actually know, AC. I'm not... I can't think of any obvious analogs. Oh, he's rolling a bunch of extra dice. Well, that sucks. We still get enough... we still get enough everything in order to be okay, though. Also, we're just gonna hit really hard. Like, we take out all but 2 of his. So we just need to hit him... like, we're just gonna throw everything into offense right now. This is probably not the best decision I've ever made, but... yeah, we only need to... like... yeah, we win. Luckily, he blocks nothing, because I deleted it. Easy. Sam, I suspect that's probably because top can take a long-ass time. Right, those are not short games.
Warrior, you can swing an axe. Can you lift a horn?
Yeah, yes.
Thor has swallowed the oceans. I can lift many horns and drain them too.
Hey, a reference to Thrimskvi. Or, sorry, to Okarðaloki. But right, a top game can take 30 minutes plus, I know from playing it. And, yeah, most people don't want to spend more than about 5 minutes on a minigame. If even. And... huh. He's actually... significantly faster than I expected, even though we're measurably ahead of him now. As long as I don't totally choke. I'm gonna try not to totally choke, even though it means I'm not gonna be talking a lot while I'm way out drinking this guy. It did kind of look like a coffee mug, didn't it? I mean, that is pretty much what medieval tankards look like. The design of a mug hasn't really changed. But,
A bit green, friend.
I'm gonna need to actually, like, focus mode this if I want to win. That's awkward. Nailed it. Peter, well said. Oh gosh. We're barely able to walk. Oh no, I'm so sorry for the blur. Holy moly. I don't love drunk effects. Please stop putting drunk effects in my video games. What is the point of this? Hey, a unicorn's horn. We'll get to actually talk about that. Oh no.
I shall send a strongly worded note in protest.
Oh yes, quite.
Ah, Eivor. We have missed your wit on the Eurvic Council.
I attend in spirit.
Would you lend us your wisdom now, if possible? We are at pains to determine how to deal with the northern Picts.
Need iron.
Uh-huh.
That's the way.
And this feast is how the Danes prepare
Yes.
their blades.
Yes, it is.
We fought well and won. Tomorrow we will fight again. But we must always make time for celebration.
I defer to your expertise. Hacking, hewing, and the like. Enjoy the feast, Councillor.
Will do. Hang on. Literally everyone is literate in this game. What are you talking about? No, you can't just give a throwaway line like, I'm told Halfdan can't read, which would probably be true. A little bit dubious, but also entirely plausible to be true. And then throw that into this game, where literally everyone reads, and every environmental storytelling is supplemented by a note. Right? Where was the servant's note? We just saw it. There was a servant who wrote a note here. Right? The servant, random unnamed servant writing to a Mildrith, can write, and therefore can read. But Halfdan can't? Yeah, this... alright, see you, Sam. Alright, he sounds totally put together. We'll worry about him later. Shouts to the mammoth horn. The mammoth has corn. Let's see, where am I? This isn't the right spot. There's a spot I want to get to. Where is it? Up on the outside of this fortress, there's a random... There's a random bit that lets us in to get a chest. Secrets. And stuff. There it is. Is it right here? I don't remember. Oh yeah, it is, because we shoot through the barrier. Boom. Ta-da! Nailed it. And then if we go under the stairs, and then we can open this door, and then we can loot all of Halfdan's carpets. Mostly just carpets. I don't know where he's getting these carpets, but he sure has carpets. Yeah, I mean... Hey, it's a Rottweiler. Good puppy. Hello, puppy. I can't pet the puppy. I don't care about Halfdan, I just want to pet his dog.
Ah, Eivor. Come, let me show you a wonder.
They're extremely nice carpets. But, you know, that's actually something I wanted to talk about, is that our raids with the Picts got Farovit took from them supposedly a Frankish goblet to give to Halfdan. This is good,
We conquered
right?
this.
Integrating the Picts into continent-wide trade networks.
You've earned great fame.
Compare that with how they're actually portraying the Picts, though.
Not alone. Oh no. Bjorn Ironside,
Sir not appearing in this film.
Ivar the Boneless, Sigurd,
Sir not appearing in this film too, Electric Boogaloo.
great warriors all. My brothers.
Gold is good and battle better, but glory never dies. Forever it lives in the Hall of Heroes, high on Valor's steed.
Mm-hmm.
Together we have conquered.
Indeed.
Together with my
By the way, his armor. His armor has a problem.
all others. Once
Have you noticed the problem?
even a hero needs loyal friends. I have never lost sight of that. Never.
Have you room for one more among those you call friend?
What does friendship mean to you, Eivor?
Friendship goes beyond words. It is a solemn bond, a chain unbroken.
Spoken like the Fowler, it is indeed a kind of magic.
You wriggle like an eel in a basket, Halfdan. What has called you?
Friendship can also spoil, like rotten meat. After all these years, he dares to bite my hand.
Farovit. He seems a good and loyal man.
It seems, yes. As a bright sky in winter seems warm. But rumors fly of little men plotting treason in the dark.
Have you proof of his treachery?
Not yet. That is where you enter my saga. Prove this for me.
Uh-huh.
Farovit has been disloyal. Then
Wow, he slurred his words really badly there. I am not talking,
Me somewhere.
sorry. I was letting the cutscene play while I was looking up some stuff for later.
you see this? From a sea unicorn. I filter my mead and wine with it.
Yes.
I've heard of such beasts. They swim below the ice, beyond the world's edge.
And their horns protect against poison.
Hey, look at this quality continental knowledge.
Voice in you.
I fear he has tried
It is a narwhal, yes.
and failed them all. You don't believe me, but I know the man. His gifts of wine, his easy smile, his envy, his plots. Learn the truth.
Shush.
Dig up. Unearth his treason.
Why trust me with such a task?
Jorvik, you stopped the ill deeds of Audun and his swarm of rats. You can do the same here.
Like a good sword, honor has two edges.
Mm-hmm.
I'll help you.
Farovit has left the feast already, heading for his camp upriver. Join his warband, and behind his back, dig.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can locate that
Good and loyal
horn.
man.
Had to think about that.
Even better.
He had to stop and think about that one.
I'll find what I find, then return, my friend.
Right, so...
Let Farovit fool.
By the way... Oh, he actually uses an axe. And a hammer. And it's the blacksmith hammer, not Mjolnir. And then he has his huge hammer. But sadly, there's no sign of this mysterious narwhal horn.
He is hiding something.
So, the depiction of the narwhal horn, though it had to be curved and smooth instead of ringed and straight. Or spiraled and straight. Which, yeah, not optimal. But on the other hand, the idea that he's using that as a way to filter out poison is very good. Paranoid much? Why? Why was that a thing? So this is coming out of medieval Christian beliefs, in the tradition of Isidore and Pliny, where they're saying, hey, you know, for every being on land, there is an equivalent being in the sea. So for the unicorn, which was totally real, and actually was widely believed to be real, one of the gifts the Islamic Caliph Harun al-Rashid sent to Charlemagne was a unicorn horn. Probably a rhinoceros horn, but, you know, a unicorn horn. Please stop singing. Trigger Spaniel, yes. In Old Norse, it is pronounced, so, the Old English version of Halfdan's name is Haldene, but in, Old Norse, it's Halfdanr. Anyway, so, yeah, I guess the idea that there's an equivalent land beast for every sea beast, or an equivalent sea beast for every land beast, can be seen in the 16th century Carta Marina by Olaus Magnus, a Swedish cartographer working in Venice. Because you can see there's a narwhal on that near, way off the coast of Scandinavia. And it's just a horse with a horn in the middle of the ocean. It's very cute. So, and sea pigs, some types of whales were equated to pigs. So, right, there's a lot of this idea going around. I wonder if that's actually the right spot. That might be the right spot. Nope, that's the right spot for something else. Somewhere in this murky water, there is, in fact, a place for us to dive in to... you know, accomplish... in order to see. I mean, yeah, so this is not an indigenous Norse belief, right? The narwhal is identified as something unrelated to the unicorn, in the Norse tradition, as early as 1250. It's the first time we actually have writings of it in a text called Konungsskuggsjá, or the Mirror of Kings, which in many ways is Christian. I mean, it super is. But come on, there should be something here. There it is. Found it. Just need to find the floating bits in order to get underwater here. But yeah, the Konungsskuggsjá is an Old Norse encyclopedic text meant for the instruction of, supposedly, you know, its name is the King's Mirror, so, right, it's designed as a training manual, as preparation for kind of the royal court and the rigors, things you need to know in order to be a good king, basically. And so they're talking about, like, the sea beasts of the area and whales, and they explicitly mention the narwhal as kind of being awful, as one that you can't eat because it will make you sick, and they're so protective of their horns that they won't let anyone get near it. So, right, our Norse tradition is identifying narwhals as their own thing, but, so, giving it the property of a Norse, or of a unicorn, is very much taking on the Christian Mediterranean tradition way more than it's taking on the Norse one. Which is, you know, still super neat. I'm not upset about that at all. It is genuinely really cool. We'll circle back and get these ones later. Though we have to go to this part of the Shire later. And we've got a lot of ground to cover, because Eurvicscire is like half of the frickin' map. Right? It's a huge amount of land. And they very helpfully dot world events way across the top edge here where we're never supposed to go. Which means we've got a lot of ground to cover today. I mean, right, Raptoros, they're also supposed to taste really bad and, like, make you sick if you eat them. So, 0 out of 10, don't recommend. A fun one that is attested, though, right? They also say humpback whales really suck, don't recommend. They'll try and smash your ship to pieces. And they say that the fin whale is actually one that's protected under Norwegian royal decree because it helps. And this is a thing that fin whales actually do, is that they're an aid to fishermen because as they're feeding, they'll corral all the fish into one spot so that the fishers can just come in and catch what they will very easily. And so they're a protected animal for that use. And that's super cool, and actually a real behavior that fin whales do. They also say the blue whale is the best one, and if you can kill and get that, you should, because the blue whale is the best whale for eating and being peaceful, and generally just good. Ow. Screw your fence. What are we actually doing here? I don't remember what I'm doing here. So, we'll find out. Oh, right, I'm pretty sure I don't care about this one. Yeah, I don't care about this one. I forgot I didn't care about this one. Yeah, AC, you're correct. Yorkshire is not nearly this big, but they split literally the entirety of Northumbria between Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire. For no discernible reason apart from they didn't want to write more story arcs. Right, their story is very much focused on Wessex. And so they didn't want to write more story arcs for Northumbria. And so they just cut it in half and called it a day. There's no rhyme, reason, or sense to it. They just felt like it. And I don't enjoy it. Come on.
Stretch your wings.
Where are you? Okay, you're still over that way.
That must be Eurvicscire Camber Hill.
Indeed, there you are. Sadly, you know, I can't actually do anything here with this. So we'll let it be.
Cold and dirty. Must be the place.
Throw yourself in
Uh-huh.
Gagap, you bastard. I am not a dog.
Yet
Uh-huh.
barking again.
Because we beg for scraps from Halfdan's table. Like dogs.
Uh-huh. Your name is Wolf, so, like, maybe you shouldn't be talking.
Master hospitality to your liking?
I would be careful calling this one friend, Faravid. The crow who comes flapping when Halfdan gives a whistle.
Yeah.
I spoke. And what of it?
This is our fight, our chance for glory. Fly
Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't say that.
Lend me a knife, Feravid. This whelp needs scalding.
Over, piss off.
Wow, he seemed very surprised by this.
always talk big. So, was Halfdan generous? Did you get what you came for?
If I help with your fight against the Picts, Halfdan will consider me a friend. So point the way, Farevit.
The Picts raided that monastery, plundered its silver and gold.
The
Hey,
Saracens built more
that's what we
churches
do.
and guards and fill them with herds of monks.
Yes.
So,
Monasteries make tempting targets, and not just for us. We
just
attract
so
Picts
we're
traders
clear,
from the north.
Gold is fine.
for about, 20 years now, we've known perfectly well that there is a fully developed monastic culture in Scotland.
Halfdan didn't send you north to fight a skirmish we could win with half our numbers. Why are you here, Eivor?
You question my word.
You never gave it.
Then I give you my word, Farevit.
So,
I'm here to fight pigs.
right, well, this does not mean that they would not raid a monastery. They would. Because everyone would. Right, everyone did. The Norse... the early English nobles did. Alcuin of York gets very annoyed at them for doing that.
Lead the way and we'll watch your back.
Oh, what? That didn't kill him? Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Oh. Hello. Subtlety.
Masters of guile and ambush.
Uh-huh.
Have a care.
Sure they are. I can see all of them. How far is my drop? My drop is non-existent. Got it. Okay, at that distance I've got some arrow drop. Well, that was hard. Yes, he did. Let's see if we can find one of these other corpses. I kind of shot them from across the universe, so... I saw another guy with literal antlers, But yeah, so... Right, everyone... yeah, here he is. Oh, sorry. It's not antlers. It's a stick. He has a stick strapped to his head. And some, like, wolf claws. And some scraps of just stuff. And random bones. And a bird skull. And another stick. Is that supposed to be camouflage? Is he supposed to be disguising himself by wearing, you know, nothing here to actually blend in with the surroundings, or nothing at all, and going barefoot, and using this crudely made, like, weird hook knife, and having just, like, random scraps of fabric stripped together, one of which is oddly high quality. Hang on. That strip is oddly high quality. It does kind of seem like a billhook, doesn't it? Right, so, yeah. In this time period, once again, just want to reiterate, these guys have a fully developed monastic culture that was partially created, due to missionary efforts from Ireland, most famously Saint Columba. But yeah, these guys are thoroughly Christian and have a rich material culture. We've known this for 20 years. Okay, I don't think there are any left. I think I killed them all. Far of it. Far of it. Far of it. Sir? Sir. Oh my word. I mean, true. They were at least cognizant of the fact that they would not be wearing tartan. I feel like we should hold them to a slightly higher standard than that. You know, just very slightly higher. So, this depiction of the Picts is deriving from a series of basically two main descriptive sources. The first one, is Julius Caesar in his Commentary De Bello Gallico, when he describes Britain and his invasion there in the 1st century. He describes the Picts as being this random horde of just nonsense, who wear basically nothing. And then the other one is Gildas, writing about post-Roman, after the nominal Roman collapse in 410, describing the Picts as this horde of barbaric peoples who wear basically nothing and go about painted factions. Picts. A confederation of Celtic peoples who lived in what is now called Scotland, the Picts were on their way out by the time the Vikings invaded England in the 9th century. Proud people who have been Christianized roughly in parallel with the Saxons in the south, but nevertheless fought to maintain their independence from them for as long as, like... hello? One sentence of, or one half of a sentence of this is correct. Well, 2 half sentences. The idea that the Picts were on their way out by the time the Vikings invaded England in the 9th century is correct. Across the 9th and the 10th centuries, they get replaced primarily by the Scotti. So, you know, the Scottish. And the claim that they were Christianized roughly in parallel with the Saxons is also correct. They're both looking at 6th century conversions. This phrase, nevertheless fought to maintain their independence from them. Why would the both being Christian imply that they should be unified? Hello? Last I checked, Francia and England weren't supposed to be unified. Italy and the Eastern Roman Empire have no intrinsic unity. England and the Eastern Roman Empire certainly didn't have any unity. They're all Christian. They're all Christian. But there's no reason for all being Christian to mean a unified people. So we've got some imperialist apologia going on in this codex entry. Holy God, Sean. Get your shit together. Also, we have here in this nonsense helmet, other nonsense helmet, a reference to them, the Picts being supposedly painted with this bright blue, which is usually said to be woad, but just let's be clear, is paint, not tattoos. You die if you tattoo yourself with woad. Don't do that. It's blue paint. If they painted themselves blue, they painted themselves blue. Uh-huh. Yeah, I agree, Peter. This is absolutely a case of extreme Englishness. These are not... yes. Yes, indeed. Our tribal leaders are all called Macbeth. Don't worry about it. They have creativity. They have no creativity. There is nothing of value in this entire thing here. Uh-huh. There's nothing of useful in any of these. Okay. And we don't even have... Oh, Northumbria, there it is. Uh-huh, and Danish thanes and Saxon huscarls staring at mobs of howling Picts with flurries of snow. No! No. It really doesn't. Stop it, Northumbria. So, this quest seems to be very broken. Am I going to have to, like, punch Farvid out of his AI loop? Am I going to have to punch him out of his Oh, thank God. Figured out what the hell he's doing. Come on, there's no one left alive. Just fucking come on. Oh, for God's sake. If you're gonna come, then just come on. Hey, he's actually moving of his own volition again. Because I've cleared the entire frickin' thing ages ago. God. Hey! Would you look at this? Treasures of Britain time.
Thank Thor we made it. That was good war work, all.
Hey, none of you did anything. You got stuck on a piece of ore. What are you talking about?
The Picts are using it to cross the mountain.
A gift for us. You track them through the cave. We'll circle around back and snare any who try to slip away.
But okay. So we're gonna be efficient here. We're gonna, like, do main quest. And clear a treasure of Britain. Also, there's a, viewpoint, like, directly above us. Or not very far off of directly above us. Okay, there it is. Up we go. And up we go. Yeah, I heartily agree, Raptorus. For a game that's about seeing both the local and foreign sides of the Viking Age, it seems very much to just other the Picts as bad guys. It super does. And then again, it also has this monstrosity of a crow skull on a Norse runestone. So, like, you know, turnabout is fair play there, I think. Again, Christians, yes. Indeed. They have a rich material culture, and, you know, are actually having a writing tradition, though Pictish is a Celtic language. It is part of that family. It's not there. Is it one more? I think it's one more. Don't want to go through... Yeah, maybe? Yes, there it is. Witch's Curse. A hex upon thee, ye who spit at me. May your blood turn to stone, may your hunger never cease. May your heart turn to bone, and may your blood run to the sea. Till the horns sound upon the last day, so I curse thee and so motive. Hey! Hey, it's an actual hex that actually is like a witch's hex around Christianity. Well, this is clearly made up. I don't hate it, because it references Christianity instead of making them spooky pagan, like the other witches' curses we've seen.
And they've left me a challenge.
Indeed they have. Shoutouts to the Virgin Mary. Also shoutouts to Ogham. The crock and dish of Riganeth the Cleric. A bounteous feast awaits, the bold and faltering step. Beware foul, and beast, revenge is the dish they serve. Alright. I'm so scared. Oh no. What'll I do? What'll I do? The greatest of challenges. And we're done.
What are they for?
Yes. You know, that being said, you know, while the statement Wiccan's Cave is kind of ridiculous on the face of it, Wiccan is an Old English word for a wizard or warlock. Well, that didn't work. I'm just gonna have to be fast. Damn it. I wasn't fast enough. Ah, good. Nailed it. Take what you can from Stenway, we make war this winter. Something or other. I wasn't paying attention, I was kind of on fire. Let's try that again.
Picts march this winter with help from an unknown quarter.
Okay, just saying that I have an ally. Neat. Probably a problem, but meh. We'll figure it out. Nice bags of heads. We did in fact not render the world beyond Yorkshire. Also, he has the same Carolingian longsword that we do. You can even see it's got Ulfbert.
Stop them before they reach Stenway.
How did our guys not see him? How did our guys not see them? Nail it. Wow, that was just absolute murder. Okay. Where's our target? There he is. Teleporting courses are, turns out, very valuable.
Picked raiders south of the wall. Don't like it. That's the last one. Let us regroup at Stenway. We need to plan
Okay, or I could not do that. Like, I hear you. That we need to go to stairway up, but you can wait a bit. Yeah. So yeah, they're going full on just kind of, right, uncivilized barbarian chic. And it gets into just sheer comical territory. Right, there's nothing sane about this. Cause, as it turns out, the claim that, hey, our world is one, perpetually snowy, and two, our muscles protect us from the cold, are mutually contradictory statements.
Hey, you! Can you swim? Our father's down there, looking for treasure.
He's been down here for... He drowned, right? Right, that's the implication, is that he drowned while looking for treasure? Alright, we must have grabbed the thing we needed. I didn't think we had grabbed it, but we must have. Yeah, right? The kids make it sound an awful lot like he went in to look for treasure, and then... Is the place booby-trapped? Is that the angle this game is going for?
That lake goes deep.
Did you at least find the treasure?
Yes. Take this bracelet, your father sought.
Right, is this...
Thank you, brave traveler. We knew you would find this.
Oof, that delivery. That delivery, though.
And what about the father? Did you find him?
This lake will serve as your father's grave.
Wait, no, he's not...
Gift, his memory survives.
You mean he drowned?
Yes, quite. He drowned.
Where's the rest of your family?
Mother got sick and never got better. And now she's under the ground.
Yep, drowned.
There's no one else.
Drowned with those famous drowning arrows.
Father's sister Eurvic.
Sell that trinket for food. Then travel to
Wait,
Bond.
no,
Father
hang
will
on.
be sad.
No, display economies. You don't just sell trinkets.
This world
I mean, you do, but...
and the gods care not.
You would think that the first thing that they would notice is, hey, wait, where's Dad? The writing in this game is of an extremely variable quality. Oh, that's a snake. Apparently that snake bit this guy and he just or bit two people here and they just frickin' got insta-gibbed. You know, Johnny, I have no clue if they would know the way. At all. Genuinely, actually have no idea. But they can probably ask around. Like, this place is only this whole country is only the size of Reading. You can probably find your way around. Ooh, that music, though. That music is actually real nice. What was I wanted to do? I'm gonna upgrade that. There we go. Yeah, when this music isn't going all in on just being frickin', I don't know. Like, I know Einar Selvik makes really good music, and he uses actual, Iron Age lyrics, but at the same time, my favorite bits of music in this game are when they're actually not going for traditional Viking stuff. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, he supposedly drowned. With those famous drowning arrows. Uh-huh. Definitely not inconsistent storytelling. No idea what you're on about. Yup. Yep. This world event is genuinely really sad. I'm being snarky about it, but it is. Okay, so we're gonna go way out here, because otherwise we'll never make our way out here. And then we'll head way out here and pick up a bunch of the wealth here. Yay. Horse? Huh? Yeah. Right. I appreciate that they're acknowledging that life was genuinely hard in ways other than everything is filthy and sad and dirty peasants. But man, they fumble their storytelling so consistently. It's almost impressive how consistently they fumble their storytelling. Oh yeah, we'll talk about... Thank you for the reminder. We will have to... that's a Karen. I don't give a shit about Karens. See, AC, and yes, Pictish heraldry exists? Technically. We're gonna label it as it exists. And, pretend that's it. It's a lot of in theory good. Yeah. I don't love that the good in theory. Yeah, obviously. I know it's not on the bloody road. It's just, right, they're having to tell these stories in such a short amount of time, and they just kind of plop them in randomly, and it's a really interesting, right, it's an interesting attempt at doing the open world of that our lives will just briefly intersect with other people's. We don't fix all their problems, we just meet them, we deal with one thing, and then we leave. It's a super interesting theory. It's one that works really well in a lot of other kind of franchises and other media. Hello? Did our horse just get one shot? No, our horse is fine. Thank you. Right? The problem is that, like, works in other franchise, these are both titanium. We do actually want titanium, though. God dang it. Gonna have to, like, put in effort. Yes, quite. Come on. Nope. Grab of his. Fine, we're going loud. Ish. Oh, that wasn't a hit? Alright. Ah, we got the chest key. Loud-ish. Huh? What the heck? That was a shenaniganous right there. Leave. Thank you. Monsieur Horse. You're fine, see? Come on. Let me up! Let me out! Anyway, so that was exciting. Exciting detours into Titanium. Now do we want to, you know, have our exciting detours with Titanium?
The Picts don't raid often during winter.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a reason for that. Of the logistics of transporting any significant number of people in winter kinda suck.
Their scouts are dead. The Picts won't know we're here.
The Hornets have led us to their nest. More than a chief up there.
Yeah.
Camp of an army. But with the Picts, dare attack in winter.
I mean,
not, and the Picts may use that to their advantage.
Let's find out.
I would not recommend doing it with how this game does winter.
War in winter. I must have a reason. Something to gain.
Right, that's just, it's just not. Wow, there's a lot of guys in here.
Now, to hunt down the Pict chief.
Alright, there are a lot of guys around here. Hey, look at that, there's actual, like, new shinies. Speaking of which, we did get a new shiny already. We won't be too careful about being sneaky, but we'll be a little bit careful about being sneaky. Like that. I was being a little bit careful about being sneaky. Oh, someone saw us. Damn. Well, that's probably not great. Boo. Whoa. Hello? What the hell is going on right now? The animations are happening that I am not doing anything for. No. Can't make me. Can't make me get back here. Hey! Ow. Monsieur Man-at-Arms, please don't. Also, it doesn't help that there is a lot of just stuff happening on screen. Right, there's a lot more stuff happening than there is actual, like, rhyme, reason, or... Oh. Pictish heraldry. Technically? Right, I actually don't have anything clever to say about this, because it's so egregiously nonsense. It looks like they took, basically, Pictish stone carvings from monastic contexts. I just, like, picked two of them and smacked them on. Right, here, let me... I don't have it pulled up. Right, there's not anything interesting to say, I think. Right, I'm pretty sure the top one I've seen on a stone carving from the Highlands. I don't remember exactly where it is, but if we give me just a minute here, let's see if I can find it. TJ Store, you all just get to watch this while I am looking up papers. I remember seeing this just last night when I was looking stuff up, so I want to see if I can find it. So this is from a pop history article. Anything I say here is from a pop history article by David Keyes from 2004 called Rethinking the Picts. Okay, it's not on that one. I thought it might have been in that one. But there's been a bunch of archaeological finds within Scotland. Oh! Actually, something very similar to the bottom image here is on a stone from eastern Scotland that otherwise features like a hunting scene with animals and then some kind of confusing disc-shaped intertwined stuff. It's not the same one, but it's similar. So, you know, there's that. But here's how Gildas, this article opens with a quote from Gildas in translation. Loathsome hordes, dark swarms of worms that emerge from the narrow crevices of their holes when the sun is high, preferring to cover their villainous faces with hair rather than their private parts and surrounding areas with clothes. That's Gildas writing in the 6th century about the 5th century and trying to say, hey, look at these awful, awful Picts. Hey, he just said no savior can save you. So, referencing some kind of magic. Oh, well, just whiffed there. That's embarrassing. Also, they're just called brigands. That is their name of one of their main classes, is just brigands. So that really tells you what this game thinks of them. In other words, this game doesn't think of them. Oh yeah, and they use a rabid wolf as their go-to. You know, your go-to pet assistant thing is a rabid wolf. Also, they seem to be speaking... They might actually trying to speak reconstructed Pictish. Oh, wow. Rip. Oh, wow. That was everyone on fire? So... That was exciting. Our dude may have been one of the ones to light on fire. Then again, our guy also seems to have a problem of what are clothes. Right, our double axe wielding dudes have a big problem of what are clothes. I know my priorities. My priorities thus far have not been, you know, any of the useful stuff like hunting the Pictish chief like I'm supposed to. My priorities right now are a 110% knee titanium. Or sorry, knee tungsten. Can I unlock this? Yeah, I can. Got it. Just, it's now quiet and peaceful and fine. I'm fine. Oh yes, we're gonna stab Macbeth. Or we stabbed Lady Macbeth. Aren't you proud of us? Also that axe. High value axe. We got our tungsten. Also to every chief and lord of Pictland from the Highlands to the Isles, too long as we have suffered the raids of the Danes. Hey, this is actually true. There's plenty of archaeological evidence for Norse raids in eastern Scotland. So, in a shocking turn of events, they're actually, like, giving them a justification that makes sense. Oh, by the way, we got a thing, didn't we? Thane's heavy armor. Where are you? Thane's heavy tunic. We're just gonna hide this real quick. Actually, let's swap to the Carolingian cape. Because that matches quite nicely. And, nope. We also got Thane's bracers. Okay, who needs stealth when you can be burly? The Thane armor is... like, I actually really don't like its aesthetic. Right, I kind of vaguely get what they're going for. Ah, damn it. How did you even see me? No, hang on. How did you even see me? Wait. Oh, well, that should be all we actually need. Oh. Actually, we're not in the right spot. Wonder if I can unlock this anyway. Just to see what's inside. I can. Wait, yeah. Isn't this him? Ah, I whiffed. Galen, son of Mordeleg. Oh, hello. And kaboom. Nailed it. This camp is a little bit the... Alright, fair play. Just slit the guy's throat, I guess. Yeah, that's a gargantuan broch. I have no idea what's going on there. Also, don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes there.
Side of the giant's wall, friend. Have you come to make war in winter?
What? Fat of it. Fat of it.
He might have talked.
We got what we came for.
Ah, yes. Writing. Halfdan can't read, according to Richelieu's advisor.
And that silver there.
Ulfr, let's Halfdan share. Eivor, just in time to divide.
Hey, vey.
Take some meat if you like.
The Picts are at Magnus. This map spells it out.
Oh, yes. Cartography.
Is a reader. That's Darksaber I'll never mess with.
No. No. There's lots of things I say there. Reading is not one of them, Oliver.
It should be ours. We did the work. All of it. And nothing for half done.
Yes, reading is black magic. You heard it here first. Ah, God.
A cask and we'll have a taste. We'll celebrate together.
Sorry, friend, but that's Halfdan's take. You understand.
He won't notice one missing cask. So unless there's something wrong with it, let's have a taste.
There's nothing wrong with it, friend. If you insist, we'll all drink some stinking wine.
Uh-huh. We shall all drink some stinking wine. Ta-da! Magic bottles. Magic bottles.
A little sour, but not bad. I've always preferred ale myself, or spiced mead.
Reasonable.
What I won't drink is one of Moira's herbal brews. She claims they're
Smash.
but there's no telling what she hides in those drinks.
Moira. I met her at the feast.
She's a herbalist from the north, always skulking in the shadows of Halfdan's throne.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big throne. Don't you all skulk around it from time to time?
Why all these doubts, Eivor? You're a warrior, not a rumor monger.
Yeah.
Doubt is too strong a word. But there is a feeling of mistrust among you. I want this alliance to be ironclad.
Then let me change your mind. I've got a plan to win this war for good, before the winter sets in.
Oh yes, because the winter hasn't set in yet.
We'd be attacking from the south. With speed, we'll catch them off guard.
The winter hasn't set in yet, apparently.
You anywhere. Name the time and place.
No, Halfdan is done fighting for the winter. He thinks it too great a risk. But I say we can win this war before the next snow.
It's currently snowing, Farvid.
He'll refuse, but if we succeed, you and I together, he'll sing our praise.
Literally snowing in this cutscene, thinks he can win before the next snow. What do you think, chat? What are we gonna do? Meanwhile, yeah, the idea of it being dark magic is very much, Meraxa gets half of it. It's kind of tied in with the idea of witches being identified because of women's ability to read. Never mind, there's a bit of contextually specific misogyny involved, or that witch hunts came much later. It also has a lot to do in modern imagination of the idea that, in the very Isaac Clarke sense, any sufficiently advanced knowledge will be indistinguishable from magic. It's Dark Ages posting. It's the idea that, oh yes, literacy goes way down, none of the peasants know how to read, and they think anyone who knows stuff must be doing magic. Because how else could they possibly know stuff? Hey, Kappa Crab. So yeah, it's utter nonsense. It's complete, utter garbage. Because while literacy is still basically extremely limited, even for carving of runes in the Norse period, or in the 9th century Norse context, there's not a lot mystical about writing either, right? That's just not in the terms of their religious practice or what magic people would do. Magic is divination. Magic is being able to see what is going to come, not just being able to read a map. Or magic is messing around with the... magic is altering the weather. Magic is tricking the devil into helping you do stuff that you can't normally do. It's a lot of divination. It's some kind of like weather magic, conjuration type stuff. There's no... But it's not fucking reading. Anyway, do we straight up like... let's do that.
There are no secrets in this world or the next. The Old Father sees everything.
We need not fear Odin's eye, only Halfdan's wrath.
I must return to Doncaster for a time, but I will join you for this battle.
Right,
Deliver
so...
this goblet to my Jarl. He has a fondness for them. And tell him his share of the spoils is coming.
Exactly. For this dude, there are charms created by writing on stuff.
At a place called the Vaults.
But it is not the writing that makes it magical. It is the what is written. And that is a hugely important distinction. What is this? What is this quest? Okay, it's a bug. That quest is in fact a bug. We'll stop by there on the way out, and then we'll, yeah, we should be able to stop by there, and then make our way back down to Doncaster. By the way, there is nothing nearby Doncaster in terms of fast travel points, and we have to return there over and over and over again. And there is nothing nearby. So right, in like a pre-Viking Norse context, we've got a really good example of this sort of thing going on. Cause, let's see, some of the charms written in either Old English or in Elder Futhark on some of the magical things often have either the word laikas, or lakas, I should say, onion, or alu, ale, on them. And so, right, there's an application of those words being associated with magic, and then there's tons of writing that's not magical. Like, the standard runestone formula is not magical. Ooh, that is a good question with a complicated answer, Kappa Crab. You ask, in the lack of a better word, are the pagan characteristics of the main, of Eivor, overly romanticized by Ubisoft? The answer to this is... kind of? Maybe. Right? This gets into a big problem of our source material for Norse religion being not a lot. So it actually becomes really hard to identify...
Actually, these anomalies feel second nature now.
Any ghosting effects? Double identity syndrome? Occipital shock signs?
Hey, you trying to freak me out? My God, just let me work.
Working. Uh-huh. Lots of random noises. Okay. So, fair warning, I'm really bad at this one. It took me like 20 minutes to beat this on the first time, because, God, these ones are so annoying. Anyway, run. Come on! That's... I was clear of that and you know it. Hey, that's very cool, Maraxa. So, while I'm formulating my answer to this, let's actually, split. That should work. Yeah. While I am formulating this, Johnny comments, like, the square shape on the edge of... come on. On this particular henge, because these are known as the Thornbrother henges. The square shape is probably a modern field boundary, because, circles. They need to be circles, because that's what a henge is. It's a circular mound and ditch. So that's neat. That's very cool. So, our source material for Norse religion has an issue of being bad. In lack of a better word, that's how we're going to describe it. If it's just, our source material is really bad. And that, come on. Nahi, Layla! You control worse than Eivor, somehow, despite being literally identical. Come on. Ah, blast. So, anyway, our knowledge for kind of worship or lack thereof for the gods in specific contexts. Nope, not gonna clear this. God's sake. There's got to be a better way here. What am I missing on how to get across this? Because I can't make that jump is the problem. Can I make this jump directly? That might be better. Nope, I cannot make that jump directly. Because... apparently... is there... oh yeah. Wait, but... that isn't going to let me jump... right. Unless if I'm... Layla! God's sake! Oh yeah, okay, that would be a... that would fix the problem, yeah. If I put that on that one, that'd stabilize that for plenty long enough. Right, if I put that there, that makes that almost totally stable. Yep. That works. Thank you, Johnny. Then I can put this one here. And then I can go over here. Put this one here. And then that stabilizes the whole dang thing. And now it's just a matter of how to climb. Of how to climb. Okay, so as soon as this one goes, we're going to jump onto that. And then as soon as this one stabilizes again, we're going to jump. Huzzah! Layla made it with only a moderate amount of problem. And now these two need to actually, like, line up, right? Okay, that one should be the right angle. And then we'll make the other one be the lower. Yeah, that should work. Sadly, I die if I make that jump, so, down we go! Whee! Okay. So, I think, Capra, to finally get to your question, I think our relevant, point of reference here really should be a Skatla Grimson. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's very not good. What happened there? Am I gonna have to turn this one all the way around in order to make this work? That'd be awkward. Does this even work? Does it even let us do this? Nay, because that blocks them. Well, that's... I'm not sure how that happened, but, probably not ideal. We'll have to look at moving one of these, across in order to make this... Right, now that this one's done, we may be able to shoot... Nate? Come on! Layla! God, the parkour controls in this are... Okay, that one was me. That one was me. I'll give it that. That one was my fault. Anyway, answering the question that was asked about, is Eivor being too pagan? The answer here is a kind of, sort of, maybe. In terms of actual practice in the Viking Age, what Eivor is doing is honestly a little bit dubious. Because we don't have a lot of information about... Nope, I just did the exact same thing and expected it to go different. Okay, that time I went too early. We'll get it one of these days. Right. Regional practice would have varied a lot. So, while there's some evidence, you know, that Odin is perceived of as being a more elite deity, and so Eivor being, you know, the cream of the crop, would actually be probably focused mostly on Odin. Then again, Halfdan should also be, not instead of being the most focused on Thor. But filtering what is actually going on with that versus what is a consequence. Can we actually rotate this? I feel like we can actually rotate this. Yeah. Hello? Please rotate? There we go. Well, that's not right. Lower one needs to be right there. Okay. We're good. We managed it. Haha, shush. Alright, so Odin might be a elite god. So, well, Thor is more for the lower classes, though the evidence for this is a little bit mixed, if we're honest. It's not super clear-cut that that's what's going on. It's not super clear-cut that that's not what's going on. So be it. That's the way of the world. But saga heroes often tend to be really devoted to Odin. Specifically, as I said, or started to say, I think the best referent we should be looking to for Eivor is Eir Skallagrímsson, who is a warrior poet, supposedly who lived in the early 10th century, or I guess mid-10th century, and died shortly after converting to Christianity in about 1010. Oh, metaplot. Please hold. Really? Uh-huh. Metaplot. Metaplot is happening. Oh no. Okay, Metaplot, thanks. I cared so much. Can I actually make that? I can't actually make that. How do I get around these? Please hold. Oh, I can just walk around. That's what's going on. Okay. I was overthinking this severely. And then if we drop... Nay? Can we just... Okay, I don't think I should have made that, but that's fine.
Closing in on another one.
Sorry to freak you out earlier. It's just, the enemy's been dangerous. Prolonged exposure is hard on a brain.
I know. Just...
Oh, damn it.
I want to finish this.
Yes, definitely. Jump out whenever you feel worn down.
And up, and please get up. Hey, we did it. So yeah, Eir is, up until his conversion to Christianity, right at the end of his life, he is devoutly attached to Odin, and one of his most important poems, the Sonatorek, which is one of the best expressions of grief in kind of the entire Old Norse corpus, speaks of how he used to be devoted to Odin, and Odin gave him so much, and now has taken that all away, and just how heartbreaking that is. So, right, very long rambly answer, and very distracted answer, but I think that's what we look to as our comparison to Eivor, and within that context, there is substantial evidence as to why we would think that Eivor's constant references to Odin would actually be kind of a legitimate feature of the imagined saga hero, even if it's not quite the case that it's an accurate reflection of pre-Christian Norse religious practice and belief. So, Kappa Crab, did that answer your question? Or did I get too distracted and answer a completely unrelated one? Woohoo! I did the thing. Hi, Mammoth. Oh boy. Okay. This level of distraction tells me that, maybe it's time that we take our ad break before we come here and talk to Halfdan again, because we've been going for 2.5 hours, and this is going to be a long stream, because we've got a lot left to do. So, let me get up to a good viewpoint for all of these subs. So, if you've been enjoying this so far, do consider subscribing. That'll give you an ad-free viewing experience. You can stare at these lovely dragon head ornaments on this not a stave church. Otherwise, we'll be back in a little bit. I need to get food, and I'm going to run a quick ad break. But do consider following and subscribing if you want to help support this more. Otherwise, we'll be back in a moment. Okay, we should be back. Hello, everyone again. Apologies. I have pizza. So, this is gonna be a long stream, so you'll have to tolerate me eating. I'll try and mute a little bit while we're going here. But anyway. No, it's my pizza. Get your own pizza, Nero. I am really going into the streamer life here. It's mine. You can't have it. It's my precious. I heard a flute, and then it cut out abruptly. Anyway, let's see what Halfdan has to say.
Drink the rest.
Yes. Thank you, Moira. That is all for now. The soothing herbs lift the fog from my mind for a time.
How long has she been mixing these for you?
You're stalling, Eivor. Tell me what you've learned. What news from the north?
The Picts were beaten back. We took their lives and their treasures. Faravid asked me to deliver this.
Another one of the same bloody cup. It's a very nice chalice, but also...
Is he taunting me? Faravid poisons the wine he gives me. These goblets are a cruel joke.
Uh-huh.
He's mocking me.
Yes, we shall find the whole den.
Capture some barrels of Frankish black. He said they were for you. But I made him open a cask. We drank together. There was no poison.
Speak without guise, Eivor. Does he plot against me or no? Does he keep
So,
secrets?
should we tell Halfdan? Should we tell him?
Now you must choose between
I know, it is odd that he's always giving Halfdan goblets.
serpent's fang and the bite of a rabbit wolf.
Faravid asked for my silence, but Halfdan expects the truth. If I am not careful, these lies will pile up one upon the next.
You have grown awfully silent, Wolf-Kissed.
Which one should we tell him?
Faravid has planned an attack on the Picts at
I agree. Telling him the truth is probably smart.
That twin-faced, backstabbing glory eater!
Hey, he's just...
Tell me.
I won't know until we meet again at a place called the Waltz.
Halfdan, work on your anger management issues. Also, I would
Unearth his lies.
I would consider recommending that you shouldn't wear detached sleeves as just random armor.
If you fear poison, Lord, you must consider everything, even Moira's brew.
Impossible. Moira has been with me for an age. She is no witch. She is kind. Perhaps you could speak with her and find out for yourself. She stays within Doncaster, not far from here.
Okay.
If you learn something, find me north of Doncaster. One of my scouts there has
Uh-huh.
troubling me. We're going for a walk down to
So I might recommend, I mean, right, so presumably this is where his shield would be if he was not dumb. So him having a full armor here and not here is dumb, but not dumb for a logical reason. I mean, what it really is visual interest, but I appreciate the armorings he's got. I don't appreciate this. And what I really don't appreciate is that, right, he leaves his left side armpit exposed. You know what's in your left side next to your armpit? It's one, a very important muscle, just totally open, and two, literally a free stab to the heart. Literally free. Not an easy shot, but not even trying to put armor on top of it. And yet here he is. Because this game doesn't know how... Right? Anyone important has dumb armor. It's like it's inversely proportional. The more just background noise the character is, the more historically plausible their clothing is. So the random civilian NPCs are the most historically plausible. The warriors are a little bit better, sometimes, in most respects. Though, you know, this guy has the exact same problem. And then main characters go all in on dumb shit. Right? But look, there's a random guy just talking. I love this guy's outfit. His outfit is really, really good. He's got the right kind of cap. He's got it nicely dyed. He's got a nice broad belt. It's fine. The person next to him? apart from the random, like, antler necklace stick thing, is fine. But I hate that it's inversely... The historicity of these characters is inversely proportional to their importance to the narrative. Like, what's the point of that? Southeast. Southeast. Statue? What statue? Did I miss a dumb statue? Oh, there's a... Oh, god damn it. Of course there's a fast travel point down at the river. Wait, where is it? Hello, river? Oh, it's way over there. Gotcha. I'm not gonna climb all the way back up there. I'll have to take your word for it for being dumb. Oh yeah, there is a fast travel point down there. It's so far away. And like, they never have you come here from the riverside. None of the points in this narrative have you actually approach the riverside here to get the fast travel. But thank you, Johnny, that will save us a whole lot of effort. Boo. Anyway, back in. Back up over the walls, and then we'll try this again. Okay, I feel like I missed the gate. But that's okay, because it's fine. Because I think... Right? It's literally this house right here. She is in the steepest house in town.
Moira's not here.
Dear Sister Moira, we spoke at the feast about my wife's condition, but I fear that it has worsened. Alright, we're going to Wicca.
This letter came from Wiki. She must have gone there. I should go to Wiki, find Moira.
Okay. Okay, that is not super nearby. But we can warp to right here, because it saves us a tiny... teeny tiny thing, amount of time.
We're off.
Minuscule amounts of time here. But it is time. And we actually, you know, have the boat. We will have an episode near the end that is mostly us being on the boat, because in our cleanup episode of Surveying England, and just finding all the things that we missed, we will spend some time just sailing around to take a look at the rocks. I have promises to get an actual geologist on who will have feelings about the rocks. So we will be oh, come on. I can see where I'm trying where I am trying to go. It is making it annoying for me to get there. What else is new? Rock Woman. We are going to have a whole lot of guest stars on. But yes, there are great... fuck's sake. Will you please? Because I can't shoot up from inside there. Apparently the door is not an option. For some reason. I mean the door is... Right, so the main door is barred. But the random door out here on the coast is just like... It doesn't let you do it for reasons. And these doors don't actually exist, so... If we get underneath this, does it let us through? Or does it just get us stuck? I think I might just have gotten us very stuck. This is a lot of effort for a piece of titanium. I won't lie. This is a needless amount of effort for a single piece of titanium. Or, sorry, of tungsten. I keep wanting it to be titanium because titanium makes so much more sense than tungsten. But no. No, it's just tungsten. Okay, so I'm assuming what we actually need to do here, that I've been botching, is to shoot through the window. Right, is that somehow shooting through the window gives us a sight line to something, which lets us do something. Alternatively, maybe that doesn't work. Oh, or we boat. We just boat our way over. Let me just pretend that none of that happened. Okay, we're good. It's fine. Oh, there's blood. That's a right shiny hollow pack. Guess what that bishop... Why? Hang on. So this is a Norse guy. Right? He references Ober, Freya's husband. Cockneyest Norse I've ever heard. Right? It's not just writing a memo. It is writing a memo in a Cockney accent. What? Ah, yes. Swedes, the Cockneys of the Norse. I'm very confused. Right, and that's another case of, you know, they're coding, basically they're doing a bit of coding. So, right, this guy is just a random raider, he's lower class, he's by himself, just stole some stuff for no reason.
Is there a sea skull among you?
Ah, we've already heard this one. Lame.
There was a mad berserker called Kiar had pledged his battle fury to no
Yeah, we know. Don't...
each winter for reasons nobody could fathom. One year, Kiara's sister Kulra was married to
Make for the
Kjotve's
dock.
brother Alrik.
We can continue later.
Or we cannot, because we already...
Small village. Moira's house must be near.
Yeah, it was way out in the boonies. But yeah, so anyway, it's just coding where the guy is lower class, on his own, just doing banditry instead of raiding, because those are apparently different. Those are apparently different things, and then is coding him with a Cockney accent, despite that accent not existing yet, also being English, also ew. Well, okay, what's going on here?
Stand back, Dane. There's a witch within that house.
No.
We've come to burn it down.
She's no witch.
Stop it.
Halfton's healer.
That proves it. Dark magic, that is.
Ah, yes.
Clear out, all of you, before I beat you senseless.
Oh, we will beat you senseless, but mostly because you're pretending that witch hunts are a thing in the 9th century. Okay, those are civilians. We probably shouldn't kill them. 9th century witch hunts. The heyday of witch hunts is in the, Come on. Seriously? Fine. I could punch them, I could also deal with it later.
Oh, goodness!
I will punch...
Not one of them. You must help me slip free.
Uh-huh. You put... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, you seem to not be thrilled about working for Halfdan. Oh yeah, Raptorus. Didn't you know that? Right. There are laws about witchcraft, and in the Norse context, witchcraft or sorcery is exclusively female and sanctioned.
I'm as good with words as I am with weapons. It'll take some convincing, but I can talk my way out of this.
Uh-huh.
I shall follow.
Come on. There we go. Sir. So, anyway, in an English context, witchcraft is forbidden, but...
You will talk to my fists!
Up your ass, Odin fucker.
No. See...
You can't take us all on.
Yes I will. Ow. That's gonna hurt. That'll actually only hurt a tiny bit. Oh, well, we're done already. Okay.
Leave this woman alone. Even look away again and it will be the last thing you see. Moira, it is safe to go.
Yeah. That was not a graceful way out of it, but it was a fun way out of it. Anyway, so... accusations of witchcraft are way more limited in this time period. Hello? You were part of the mob. You just walked into this house. But this is essentially using a way later definition of witchcraft and conception of witchcraft that is really not popular at all in this time period. This using early modern conceptions of witchcraft and kind of the fervor of that and the solutions to that of just burn them all.
We'll be safe here.
Thank you, Eivor. 1,000 times I thank you.
And if I asked you to drink your own brew?
I would, gladly. And often do from time to time, to ensure it's not overly bitter before serving to Halfdan.
When you said there's no cure for what ails Halfdan, you mean he's touched in the head?
I fear so.
Mm-hmm.
The same malady bedevils my mother. The body breaks down and the mind falls apart over time. It's a terrible thing.
Can you cure his illness with such a brew?
Nope.
My medicine is meant to alleviate his pain, not cure it. I fear there is no cure at all for what ails
He's just sick, right?
I should return to Halfdan. He said he would be at the Temple of Flora.
Tread lightly this topic with him, if you would tread it at all.
Position. We do got great swords. We got great swords up the wazoo. Actually, we've got up the wazoo means 2. But you asked for 2. So we shall have our double swords. Our Doppelhander, because that's totally an Old English word and definitely not German. Definitely not just a German longsword. Exaggerated. Right. I mean, seriously. Right. It's an exaggerated version of a 15th century German longsword. And then there's our super upgraded version of the scaled up Ulfbert sword. Our quote-unquote Carolingian longsword. So, yeah, that one's just oof. Anyway. Yeah, this dude, you are correct. Through most of the Middle Ages, burning was a thing for heretics, not witches. Again, we're looking... That starts to change in the early modern period, where burning becomes, thanks largely to the work of a late 15th century text called the Malleus Maleficarum. They start going, yeah, just burn them, haha. And everyone despised the guy who wrote it, right? He was incredibly unpopular and incredibly overeager, and he writes this diatribe of just utter nonsense. And then it catches on. The utter nonsense catches on somehow, and it's absolutely terrible. And the Protestants pick this up way more than the Catholics do, actually. And so early modern Protestant witch trials, that by, you know, people like James I and or the Puritans, end up being really violent and involving a lot of burnings. But that's not a medieval thing. That's an early modern one. Anyway, a Temple of Flora. No, this is a Temple of Brigantia. I know you said that this is a Temple of Flora, but the map says that this is a Temple of Brigantia. So, Halfdan? Where you at? Oh, yes. You're being a bit paranoid, my guy.
Halfdan, good to find you here.
The Raven feeder returns. Keep quiet. I'm hunting a band of traitors lurking about this swamp.
Who told you there were traitors here?
My scout. He asked me to join him here, but he is nowhere to be found. Have a look around. Tell me if you see something.
No, clappercrap. That is the correct opinion.
Some lookouts here. We could be spying from above. Hold on.
Reject Puritanism. Embrace Quakers. That is just a good take. Smart.
He's clinging to life. I should carry him down.
Yep, this'll be fine. This is fine. We're fine. Correct, well, half correct. Right, the scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail is incorrect for the time period in which Monty Python and the Holy Grail claims to take place in. The time period it claims to take place in and the time period it actually takes place in are not the same time period.
Walk the bridge, old friend. I will see you on the other side.
Papo. It's a Rottweiler. It's cute.
Beanton may track his attackers. Get them, boy. Good boy. Follow their trail.
Also, how's his that run? He had his arms glued to his sides for that run. You know, I don't actually know, Capacrab. I would be surprised if Rottweilers existed then, but at the same time, there could be something similar in the Middle Ages. Okay, stop running like that, Halfdan, you're concerning me. He's just like cracking his back while running, and it's deeply, deeply disturbing. Just gotta stretch.
Looks abandoned. Are you sure someone's...
The trail ends, but nobody's here.
That is a good idea. We might do that sometime. Oh, that's way up top. I don't. Also, that's just a treasure hoard map. I was like, hey, that's a Eurvicscire page, but no, it's not. Because for some strange and bizarre reason, and it is both strange and bizarre, it's like they...
Hidden entrance. They might be lurking below.
It's like they switched the...
These pipes burst and flooded the tunnel.
Even this old Roman work cannot withstand the icy kiss of this furnace.
Pipes cut through that wall. Could there be more rooms beyond?
You have done it. You must hurry. Eivor, something is there.
Hold on. We'll find a way through.
Okay, does this door need to be... No, that needs to be forced. Okay. Wow. Difficult puzzle. The key is through there, yeah? Yeah. Yep. Niram, I agree. It claims to be 10th century, but you can either go 400 years prior or 400 years later, and elements of both are correct.
Yet they went mad and vanished, just like their gods. Moira's books tell us.
Anyway. Dogs upstairs. Dogs can't climb ladders.
You see? Spoils of war. Mine! Stolen from me!
Are you done?
I am beset on all sides, Eivor.
Half done.
Plotters and schemers.
What kings and jarls are not? Your territory is vast and wealthy.
Everyday decisions I make change the lives of thousands. It's the burden few could bear. Yet I do. I do. You spoke with Moira. What did you learn?
She means well. I don't believe she would poison you.
So, I actually really like what they're doing with Halfdan, even though there's no evidence of him being poisoned in this way. There's actually none at all.
Family said it came on slow, but was incurable.
No. No, this is not an illness. This is poison. Somehow someone is poisoning me.
Listen.
So yeah, there's no evidence of the historical Ragnar being poisoned with lead poisoning. But, at the same time, I don't mind it, because it makes for an interesting character. And you can see, right, they do an actual really nice job of wrestling with his madness. Ah, damn it. Where's the... hang on. Nope, I need to locate the... Ah, dang it, I have to go the other way through. I can't cheat the puzzle all the time. Lame.
Smells like a trap.
Collect Book of Knowledge. New ability. Ah. Well, that's a lame ability. I thought it might be a cool one. And then it wasn't. I hope that might be the Thor's... what is it? Thor's Kick? I think is what they call it. Which is a nonsense name for an ability, but it's a very fun ability. It's your Spartan Kick. It's like the last ability you get. Oh, wait. Actually, I don't want to go this way. I need to go out through the other side. Hello, Yoris99. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying. Where are we going? Oh gosh, what is happening there? So much smoke. So much fire. Yeah, it could be either, yeah. It leaves it ambiguous. I don't care about the metaplot enough to care, though.
Come, fill your bellies with mead.
You stole this tribute. By rights, this is mine. It was meant for me.
We stole nothing. Faravid gifted this to us for a hard day's battle.
And did you take my scout Olav in that battle? Your brother in arms? Did he too have to die for this tribute?
That was Olav?
Hey, he actually pronounced it correctly. Oliver.
The only thieves here are the ones drinking my mead and spit-shining my silver. You, cowards and traitors.
We are owed this bounty, Jarl, for battles won and blood let. Eivor, you tell him.
I don't think this choice matters. I don't think this choice matters. That being said, I have absolutely no clue if they actually stole it or not, right?
They only
Still.
took their rightful share.
You are traitorous worms. Eivor seems to think you deserve pity, so I will give it this once. Return my spoils to Doncaster, and I will wipe this day from my memory.
And he is going to protest, isn't he?
I can't do that. It is our share.
Yep.
We fought for it, killed for it, bled for it. If we don't get the glory, we deserve our share.
Yep. He
The barking will stop.
He made a mistake. Bonk. Yeah, it did have the blood spurt, like...
Take hold of your fear, Halfdan. It can poison your mind.
Faravid killed this man, not me. He forced my hand with sleights and trickery. He...
Yup. He is unwell.
Forgive me. I find it hot in these furs. They must be warm.
It's raining, Halfdan.
Meeting with Faravid. Is that not right?
It's raining.
I do, at the walls.
Yes, I know the place well. It is on the road between Jorvik and Picts. Press him, Eivor, as hard as you can. Never let up, and bring me proof of his treachery, or otherwise. Traitors, thieves. No, they had no right to... It's rightfully mine. Rat. Words are poison.
Yeah, he's very well put together. I'm sure it's fine. Gazishin. The sagas mention things that you can kind of read as some sort of post-traumatic stress, but there's a big problem, just kind of in general, of trying to read traumas that to some extent are defined by modern society. Right? They're not fully, but they are a little bit. And so trying to read those into texts from a different society is inherently really problematic and troublesome. That being said, you know, that bloodshed is traumatic, and even if they claim to enjoy fighting, and in some cases throughout the Middle Ages genuinely did enjoy fighting.
Hail, warrior. You keep this estate?
I do.
It's really hard to read that.
Pharaoh, celebrated Drengr of the great heathen army.
Gotta free.
I intend a clean and
Is that
honorable battle
even...
as my days grow old and rotten.
Okay.
I wish to keep myself dignified in my death rattle.
Your upkeep is impressive.
I like his cloak. His cloak is perfect.
Well-groomed and pristine.
His armor is less perfect. But
A clean conscience,
I love his cloak.
oaths, and immaculate loyalty are of higher value than any well-dusted piece of armor.
A resonant thought. Now, will you oblige me?
Yeah. His like leather ringed brigandine thing is nonsense. But his tunic, his under tunic is perfect. His gloves are fine. Oh gosh, he's strong. He's strong. Oh gosh, I have no... Oh good, he's two-handing now. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Rip? Rip, rip. That's the thing, I'm trying to... Like, Gottfried doesn't strike me as Norse. But it's it's Godfred. Right, it is a English name. Oh, come on, I'm back here again. Fine. We'll try again. This time, you know... Okay, we should be more able to take him now. Also, Sorry, I'm going to make executive decisions here. I don't actually want that, I want that one. Don't want that tunic. I want something I can upgrade a lot. Oh good, these are both incredibly strong already. Right, I'm gonna keep to the greatsword. The greatsword's fine. But I do need a little bit of extra... Maybe we'll go for these. A little bit extra preparation, instead of just kind of rolling in here and pretending it's all fine. That's full. Armor. Actually preparing for a fight instead of just kind of going in with random crap. That seems useful. It's a weird thought, right? Actually preparing sense and defining things? Should be good to go this time. How do I two-hand this? I've actually not figured out how to two-hand my two-hand... Right. Right, cause... Oh, good. That auto two-hands it. Good. Anyway, how's Godfrey doing?
Hail, warrior.
I do.
A clean... Mayo...
Battle irons are in prime condition.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Hey, let me survive that combo by one hit. And just parry him a lot. We're just gonna parry him a lot. Hey, he's dual shielding! Look at him go! Indeed, my fists are immaculate. Hang on, wait. He was using a hammer and then complained about it being impure. Hey, I blocked that. Don't be nonsense. Block that too. Do not engage in nonsense with me. Okay, that was... Whew, literally 1 HP. Okay, I have 1 health left. Yeah, good enough.
My wounds bleed clean. Thank you for this last song of well-wrought iron and immaculate blows.
Go to your shining, flawless victory. Farewell, honorable Drenge.
Oh, that I have to actually confirm the kill. Fine. We shall just stick an axe next to him. Voila. We have confirmed the kill by clipping through his cloak. Nailed it. Well, that was exciting. Yeah, and Nero, the moves are overblown, but I don't think, unless if the game's point is to not be overblown, I don't think you will ever really stand a chance of having a thing that is not overblown. Because animations need to be readable. So like, something like Hellish Court, which we will eventually play maybe, probably, definitely. Right, the whole point is to disguise your moves and to be actually based on manuals. In this game, you need the animations to read. Right, the animations won't read if you're playing it like you would actually fight with a greatsword. Interesting moveset. Ow. Needless. Also needless. Still needless. Stop it. Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing it, Yoram. I like that. That looks like it's faking a greatsword fight rather than it is a fake greatsword fight. This is a lot of wolves. Get dunked on. And Aaron, my son, they raid the village, but... Where's the key? Key is just around the corner here. Oh no, the key's underground. Okay. Whee! Down we go. Chest is locked. Snack. Snack is snack. Where is key? No, the key is not down here. Thought that was where the key was. Interesting dilemma. Was I just blind? Was I just blind? Is it actually... I can't tell if it's actually down there. No, it's not. I can't see where it... Oh, it's down here. I understand. Once again, yeah, a fake well, and this time the fake well is inside of a bra. Right, it's inside of a... Hello? Right, it's a bra. We're inside of a bra, and there's a fake well that's put a lot of effort into the construction, but goes nowhere. Goes literally nowhere. Accomplishes nothing. may as well not exist. The wolves can do whatever they want. I can outrun them, because they won't chase a whole 200 meters. They just won't. Raxa, you can probably talk about whether and why there would be brooks in Yorkshire better than I can. We got a fast travel point. And a problem.
This illness rots the mind of the afflicted.
Uh-huh. Well, that's not a good sound, look, feel.
Swim. No! A demon.
Uh-huh. Why is this guy wearing a leather, like a yeoman's jerkin from like the way later?
Save them, but at least it might ease their suffering. Stop!
Was there someone running around? I didn't see someone running around. Where is the someone? I don't... Oh, there's our someone. Hello. Hi, I just want to talk with you. Come on, kid.
There's nowhere left to go.
Please, don't hurt me.
Why are you here alone?
Why are you wearing...
Remain with my
Why
family.
are you wearing...
Withering is taking them, but I do not wish to abandon them.
The withering?
A disease that often goes
Okay, has a little, like, pendant thing, it's fine. Has a cross, wooden cross carved, that's fine. What is the thing on her hood?
And ultimately, the poor soul is rendered catatonic.
Leave here, child. Your family will soon go, and this village has nothing for you.
But, Papa,
Uh-huh.
Mama,
They will find peace in death. Live for them. They would want that.
I...
No, they're claws.
cannot hold on any...
Right? Those aren't feathers. Those are leather-wrapped bits of bone. Because why would it not be? Why would we ever have anything that's not random-ass bits of absolute nonsense? Hey. So there's our quest. We got, like, Scarborough there. We've got a guy to kill here. We got some work to do. Like I said, this is going to be a very long stream. We're going to be going for like 5.5 hours here. So I hope you all are here for the long haul. Because I'm having a grand time. Even if I'm confused by how the bushes... You know, this is the most egregious example. The trees were pretty... At least they have, like, tried with the trees sometimes to make some of them dead. Like, this entire patch of bushes doesn't even care that it's January. Alright, the landscape is still remarkably green for what's going on here.
I should be cautious around here.
What? Oh, it's straight down. Interesting. There's a lot of guys here. I wonder how many I can take out at once. Really? None of those counted? That's only triggering onto one guy. The whole point is that it's triggering onto multiple guys. There we go. Well, that was just me whiffing. Oh, hey. Ow. Interesting. Hang on, these guys are Norse. What are these Norse guys doing here? Oh well. No. You can't. You can't keep me guessing. I'm unstoppable. Actually unstoppable. Peter, if I had even the slightest clue as to oh gosh, that was brutal. Wee. So much murder. Ah, damn it, that wasn't enough. That was. Oh yeah, there's people left? There is one. Okay. Exciting. So yeah, I have no idea why the rabid wolves are a thing. It's tr- Are you kidding me? These... Ubisoft? God damn it. Would someone please screenshot this? No, this isn't the World Serpent. This is Trogdor the Burninator! My motherfucking Homestuck references. Look at the arm. It has an arm. Who else could it be? It's Trogdor. God. No, fair play. They got me. They knew what their bait would be, and they went for it. Ah, that's locked. Damn it. Right? Yep. No, I can't blame you. Have a nice day, Position. Just... they really... Okay, that's how we gotta do it. Ew. How awful. They're gonna make me climb all the way up there to witness Trogdor in his full glory. Thank you. I appreciate your commitment to preserving our suffering. No, I don't care about the ammo. I want the opal. Jesus. Yoink. I really wish AC was here, because, that's some quality bait. Absolutely spectacular quality. Oh good, the kick of Tyr. We've got it. We've got Spartan kick, folks. We're in business. I never use the axe throw anyway, so we'll just, like, kick people very hard. It'll be fun. And fine. And a good time all around. So anyway, where are we going next now that we, Oh, right. Also, there's a, in this building, there's a...
Must be blocked from the other side.
Ah. Yes, of course. Oh, good. That doesn't actually let me in. If I had a place to stand where I could see that, that would let me shoot through and break the door open. But I don't actually have that. It's like I don't have that on this side either. Ah, good. There's just a hole in the roof. They left a window. Nope. Eivor. Eivor. God damn it, it's going up so hard. Okay, we've got a thing to show you. You're going to have to wait a moment because we've got a thing. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some high-value heraldry that I need your professional opinion on. High-value memes. Go on, give us the professional breakdown, AC. They super don't. It's orange on red. It's terrible. I agree. Come on, it's a dragon with a buff arm. AC, know your memes. It actually looks less... It looks less like Trogdor in this version, but I still think this is supposed to be Trogdor. Hey, Gillen! Welcome! Right, this is twice that they have referenced Trogdor. Right, if this was the first time they referenced Trogdor in this game, I would not be bothered. But Tova, our tattoo artist's idea for a totally original character do not steal, is also Trogdor. What? You know, I'm glad I pronounced your name right. It's not a hard name to pronounce, so I'm not sure what that's about. Unless I guess if they pronounced it... I suppose we could pronounce it like a G with this guy's name. Oh, well, that's not good. I am poisoned. That's very not good. Anyway, we've got a brand new ability called the Kicketeer, wherein we kick them very hard. Ow. God damn it, I got hit. I really need to stop getting hit here. I'm playing very lazily. Come on. Ah, we got him. Easy. Not even a little bit difficult. Definitely didn't use all of my rations on it. Now let's see what nonsense this guy tells us. The Zealots have some quality nonsense sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Farewell. The trolls await.
Well, that was totally useless. What a waste of time. That's alright, we got experience off of it. Okay, where are we off to next? There's a whole bunch of nothing around here. I suppose we can go to Scarborough. Complicated answer, Gazishan. The answer to that question, which is how zealous was pre-Crusades Christianity, depends entirely on precisely where, precisely when, and precisely who you're talking about. And so, you know, even well after the Crusades, we see incredible variety in how strict people are being. So, right, you've got someone like Alcuin of York in slightly before this time period, at the beginning of the 9th century, who is incredibly devout and insists that everyone else is doing it horribly wrong, and proceeds to be very angry about everything for his entire lifetime in all of his letters, because people just refuse to do Christianity right. Clearly, the right means in line with his opinion, which includes, you know, some genuinely spicy takes, but also some things like, hey, maybe don't raid monasteries, please. Alright, see ya, AC. Well, you also have, you know, Augustine. St. Augustine being really, really into... Hey, none of this... where he's really confident that he knows how to do Christian... He's really confident on how Christianity should be and how to persuade people of it, and engages in a pretty lively debate. He's writing in Tunis. Well then. That's a big-ass rock to squish one guy.
To death. An unlucky way to die. Doubt he felt much.
Well, he died first. Ah, damn it, I can't actually get up there right away. Fine. Yes, so on the flip side of the, you know, incredibly aggressive conversions, we have equally as clearly Ow. Hey! Stop it. Nailed it. Okay then. Yeah, that club is totally not right. It clearly is meant to look more like baseball bat with spikes than anything that clubs were used in the historical period. Right, but of all the problems with the bandits, the design of the club is kind of low on my priority list. Because there's a lot of egregious stuff going on with those. Anywho, so I gave a couple examples with kind of Alcuin of York and Augustine of being relatively zealous in their idea of Christianity should be done a certain way, and people who don't do it that way are wrong and bad. On the flip side, you have everything that Ireland did. And indeed, lots of the impractice in the sort of efforts of conversion. Oh, another example of really, I suppose, zealous by some definitions of the word, Christianity would be Charlemagne's very forceful conversion of Germania. Where that's for political reasons, but still is, you know, doing conversion. Extremely aggressive. Okay, I actually want to go to Picheringa before we get too far and do too much. Right, so Charlemagne does his conversions probably less out of devotion than out of political use, but at the same time, there's definitely those can't be disentangled all that easily. So we can count that. But like, I don't know, Ansgar, while Ansgar according to Rimbert's biography, and he was nominated for sainthood. He got a Vita, or a saint's life.
Are you the wife of the man who fishes
But Ansgar, while he founded a Christian community in Birka, doesn't seem to have been all that aggressive in trying to make people convert, because a small Christian community is founded there in the early 9th century, but it doesn't spread, and everyone seems okay with it. So that's kind of a counterexample. Another really good counterexample would be like pretty much all types of folk Christianity.
I found it on his body. It is rightfully yours.
His mother's ring. That fool. That damned, soft, loving fool. Thank you, stranger. At least I have this.
So, yeah.
Marriage has left me not but a poor widow, with nary a fish to sell.
So, well, that's kind of tragic. We're not gonna do that fighting because that fighting is annoying. Where is the... There's one somewhere that's fun. I don't remember where it is. Right, somewhere in this town there's a really amusing event. I don't remember where it is. I mean, yes, even more than usual. Also, he has not spawned yet, because I haven't uncovered him. How annoying. Okay, how do I actually get up there? Getting up there is going to be annoying. Anyway, it's somewhere in, like, the alehouse. You can get really drunk. Oh wait, no, this is the one that gets you drunk. This is the fun one, this isn't the amorous one. Never mind. I remember what town I'm in. Yeah. This is the fun one.
You, big and tall. What's your name? Eivor of the Raven Clan. Eivor of the Raven Clan. Come here. Come closer. Do you like to drink? As I like breathing.
Hmm.
Do you like to flight? I do. Well, listen. Here these folk aren't impressed by the speed of your thinking. They will only respect you for how much you're drinking.
All right.
Sober then leave, for there's not here for you. Oh, I'll shut your big mouth while I finish my brew. That's the spirit. Now make your wager. The ale's free to those who flight.
Indeed.
I'll buy you a round with my winnings. How's that? Ha! I like this one. Are you ready? What about one more drink before we begin? For luck.
We shall get drunk, and then we shall fly. So this is actually the good one, because Urvar Odsaga actually suggests that, and other sagas, this is just the clearest one.
Your face brings to mind
So,
Brilliant.
well, this is all ridiculous. The whole premise here is insane. But alternating composing verses in Drottfight, the incredibly difficult one.
Ugly excuse for a Dane.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're thick-skulled and loathsome and lacking a brain.
Wow, we're getting very drunk. We're getting very drunk very fast. But you alternate composing verses with draining a horn of mead. So you drain the horn, you compose a verse, the other person drains the horn, composes the verse. You keep going until one of you passes out.
That was the most incredible fighting I've heard in all my years. You are a wonder. I say the same of you, friend. 3 cheers for Eivor, the most masterful of England.
Truly, yes. So, you know, we like this one. We take this one actually, you know, references something that the other flightings don't. The other flightings never actually acknowledge that half of it. And so, you know, it being a way of negotiating honor, is awesome, and it being associated with performances of feats, like drinking, is also good. And acknowledging the fact that that's really bloody hard. Our saga heroes always win it, because of course. But the odds of making up more than 3 stanzas before you just pass out is bad. The odds are low. And in Urvar saga, that's exactly what happens. Except our hero, Urvar Otter, who lives for 300 years and is also extremely cool all around, outdrinks 2 people at the same time. But Eir Skallagrimsson does the same thing, so...
Send me a Holmgang champion to test my might. I am waiting to fight your champion, Loki Rabbit. Send them forth to meet me in the square.
Sir?
The champion you've conjured for the Holmgang, Loki Rabbit? Looks like a fine fighter to me.
Sir,
I am, but I have nothing to do
you're talking to a rabbit, sir.
I've been ready. I am ready. Fists up.
Sir? Thick skull. I think that describes you pretty well, yeah. Oh, we can't force him out. Damn it, we can't force him out of the square. Ow. Actually, that barely hurt. Sir.
Yield. And what did Loki Rabbit promise you, champion? Wealth? Fame? Honor?
No.
The rabbit said nothing. A lesson you should learn.
Sir? The rabbit isn't even paying attention. So, weirdly, you know, the name that they assigned this world event is not Loki Rabbit, it's Dettlinger Rabbit. Dettlinger is a deity name found in the Eddas. It's related to, yeah, it's the father of Daur, according to the Prose Edda. So the father of Day is called Dettlinger, who, I guess, maybe probably means that it's the dawn? Not entirely transparent, but... Oh, does the rabbit actually do a thing? God damn it. I'm gonna have to hunt down a rabbit here. Thank you for the highlight. Does the rabbit go places?
Where are you off to, Loki?
Alright. Follow the rabbit, yep. We are doing an Alice in Wonderland. Where are we going? We'll play along. Thank you for the highlight, I appreciate it. I would have not thought to do that.
Guys, is a trickster's trait. That man will forever play the fool.
Oh. Oh no. Oh dear, okay. That's a thing. And Varanoid. So, you know, in a shocking turn of events, that suggests that this is actually Loki, despite Loki not particularly being associated with rabbits. So, and Varanoid is a ring found in Volsunga Saga, composed in the 13th century-ish, that tells the life of Sigurður Faustusbani. Basically, the same story you know if you know Wagner's Ring Cycle. It's that story. It's also in German as the Nibelungenlied, in the Poetic Edda as a series of poems, and is kind of just all over the place. It's kind of the story. So, that ring is the property of the dwarf Andvari, who Loki extorts in order to pay back the price given as compensation for his murder of Otter. Accidental murder, but still murder. Of Otter. And so he goes off and he extorts Andvari. And the last bit of wealth Andvari owns, okay, that I don't care about that, is the ring Andvaranoid, which has the ability to replicate itself. I think it's 8 copies every 9 days, like the ring Dreipnir does. And the ring, Andvaranoid ends up being super cursed, because Andvari curses it. I guess we'll do the fabric. I don't love losing the fabric, but meh. Meh. And anyway, so he gives it to Fafnir Eregin's father as compensation. Otter is the dragon Fafnir's brother. Then Fafnir murders his father, and takes all the wealth, and turns into a dragon to help protect it. Ignore the reference. Ignore the references. And then the ring passes to Sigurður when Sigurður kills Fafnir and Regin. And then, after Sigurður gets murdered by his brothers-in-law, it passes to the possession of Gunnar and Hugni. And they very wisely throw it into the lake, into the Rhine, before they go... Oh. Before they go off, and do bad, dumb things, that get them killed at the hands of Attila the Hun, they throw it in the Rhine, and so it's lost forever. Are we going to do this, chat? Are we doing this? Are we actually gonna try Fly Igric? For anyone here, since I think there are some people here who haven't seen a lot of the streams, Fly-Igric is proposed starting in the 18th century as what's causing the Berserk Fury, or Berserksgang. Oh. Oh, this is not going to be a good time. Ow. Well, at least it's just a fight, right? And they're not actually hitting for any amount. Oh god. They are on fire. That is kind of a problem. Why are they on fire? Is that supposed to be like Gutland Bursty? Like they're on fire because the... That makes no sense to be Gutland Bursty. But yeah, that's my closest thought, is that there's like those are a reference to Freyr's what words? Those are supposed to be like a reference to... Actually, let's go up here now while we can. His golden board that was produced by Brocker and Sindri as a gift in another myth involving Loki. But a golden bristled boar. And I guess that's a reference to them, but it feels like, you know, the whole fire thing would not get along with Freyr, given that he dies at the hands of Surtur, who is the embodiment of fire. Then again, so is Sindri. Sindri's name probably means sparks. So, you know, take what you can. Oh yes, we're wearing our... We have a request to change into our very finest gear. I think that one's finer. It's either that one or that one. I think we take that one. That's highest level. Those are weapons. I mean, we've got a lot of these, so I don't know what's our finest near them. It's one of our legendary ones, obviously. Well, the cloak might be easier. We have a limited number of... Limited number of cloaks here. Right, it's clearly one of these four. The one that is optimal. I think that one's actually our optimal one. There we go. A little bit garish. A little bit of red and purple flavor. But that's fine. Overall, turned out okay. Anyhoomst. Yeah, Flagrick is proposed in like the 18th century to be clearly what causes people to go into a berserk rage. It's not. Well, there are some evidence of usage of verbs like henbane in Norse religious practice. One thing that's super duper not attested is Fly-Igric, or using hallucinogenic mushrooms as part of Norse religious practice. It's just not done. Anyway, you might realize as we're riding through the literal wastelands where there is truly, well and truly nothing, which, remember, we're still not actually that far north, right? While this world map makes it look like, oh yeah, we are way up on like the top edge of reality. Lord knows where we've ever been. Absolute mess. Super far away. We're actually not that far north. Because where we're going is a gate, or a tower, along Hadrian's Wall. Which is not actually the farthest north place that the Romans went in Britannia. The Antonine Wall is significantly farther north. But, as far as they've we'll talk to him later. We'll talk to him a bit, because there's some stuff going on there. First, though, let's take a look at, Scotland. Take a look at Scotland. I just want to highlight, right, this game has a bad habit of making its Vikings seem like tough, hard people because of snow. But oh my god, what do they do to Scotland? Literal wasteland. Now, I would advise that there is a certain town known as Edinburgh that does not get a whole lot of, you know, doesn't get that much snow. Gets a fair amount, but not that much. Okay, so what this guy is saying is actually super interesting to me. One of my things is looking at undead. That's one of my PhD proposals that I'm submitting tomorrow, is to do that. And right, this guy explicitly calls himself a Draugr, a ghost. Now, Draugr is not the Old Norse word that is most commonly used. But, right, he is basically acknowledging that he's sick in some way, and then interpreting that as meaning he must be undead. And they emphasize that a bit with his tattoos, basically coloring him so aggressively, and giving him a receding hairline, that they're trying to draw out the skull-like shapes in it, even as he's got, like, dragon eyebrows. And he's wearing rags, despite it being cold as shit, so kind of emphasizing, like, making it look like his stuff is rotting off of him, as if he was dead. So, right, they're doing a lot visually to kind of make that work, without resorting to nearly as much of, you know, wearing boneface, like the Picts do. You know, those not undead people, that are Christian, and have a monastic culture. Yeah, the axe head's a bit big. The axe head's a bit big, and then there's, like, that weird, like, fleur-de-lis spike on it. Not sure why. But the rest of it, I agree. That's actually pretty nice. Anyway, so we'll talk more about undead someone else, specifically in Nottinghamshire. Hehe. But right, so he's like identifying.
With glory and pride. Were these men not innocent?
He's identified that he is sick, and thinks that.
Of the iron of my blades. What an end! Beloved Ragnar. He always kept me in check.
He's a Draugr that's gone fucking crazy, and that just happens to look like the Picts.
My bearings. I scared myself. Not a thread of decency remains. The Draugr I was, I have lost him. Would you end this suffering for me?
You live with a great pain, one that cannot be eased by a Vergild, nor a regular.
Wait, no. What do you mean, Vergild? We aren't German.
Do this then. A final kindness for an unworthy wretch.
Alright.
Lord Stringer I will fight you and help you find what Ragnar gave you.
Loki's children, take me one and all.
Okay. Oh god. Ow. Ow. God damn it. We're gonna do this a lot. Problems. Ow. Also ow. Wait, what? That was weird. What the heck happened there? Ow. Well then, he had some crazy moves. Yeah, get wrecked. We are just mauling him. Holy moly. Holy moly. Uh-huh. It's been a hot few years, my guy. It's been like over a decade.
Welcomes all kinds, so long as they war louder and drink
That's...
last man.
Hang on. I mean, you are Odin, so you know better than me, Eivor, but, no? No, I'm pretty sure this guy counts as the dishonorable dead for having done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10 murders. At least 10 murders. I'm pretty sure that disqualifies you. Right, if anything's gonna disqualify you, you think? That'd be it. Anyway, let's not go into the frigid wastelands of Edinburgh. We have done our duty. You said we should jump in the lake and use Odin's side. Well, wait, remember how Norway had us, like, freeze to death if we jumped in the river? Remember how that was a thing? That was being done? In the snowy, awful places? I don't see... Yes, indeed. Senor Loki? You know that you turned into a salmon before they caught you, right? Loki? You aren't aware that they can't... Scotty is gonna catch you after Glacier identifies what a net is for them. But you gotta turn into a salmon to do that. You can't just stay as a rabbit. That's not how this works. Oy vey. Also, yeah, so the fact that they don't do that in winter snowscape of Northumbria, and they did in Norway, is, I guess, supposed to... I guess is supposed to emphasize that even at its harshest, England is nicer than Scandinavia to live? Which emphasizes, you know, Norway is this cruel, harsh place of misery that no one can grow food in and survive. Which, one, contradicts the evidence of the game, and two, is super freaking problematic. I won't go into detail because that's the topic of the next video. So make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. Link is in the About section of the stream. In order to be notified when that goes up, I'm hoping before the end of the month. My last PhD apps are due tomorrow, and so after that I can go straight into focusing on editing. So yeah, that's a thing. It's just a thing. Housesteads. What shall the Housesteads give me? What great and glorious armor is in this place that has apparently been abandoned since Roman times? Since, like, the 5th century. What armor set? What 300-year-old armor set would be worth our effort? Oh. Oh yes, quite. Oh yes, indeed. Why don't we take a look at that? Prized weapon of the shield maiden Lagertha, mother of Halfdan and the first wife of Ragnar Lothbrok. So this is adopting the narrative as told by Saxo Grammaticus in the Gesta Danorum, or Gesta Danorum, sorry, medieval pronunciation. Which is, actually, that's pretty right. Lagertha would be correct, and was Ragnar's first wife, according to Saxo, and they had Halfdan. And then he divorced her to marry Thora, the daughter of the king of Skåne, or of Jätland, with whom he had his other children except Ubba, who is by a concubine. So yeah, the axe, I actually don't, in a lot of ways I don't hate this as a design. This is kind of ridiculous, this is not attested in the Norse period, but, you know, if you're saying, you know, this is maybe an import from a different culture, that's pretty neat. I also don't hate the gold inlay in here. That's attested, both gold and silver inlays are well attested. The thing that's the most oof is really just this. Just this one centerpiece, because otherwise you have, you know, place to put hand, other place you can put hand, to give you pretty good versatility. I don't mind the ornamentation on the ends, like that's fine. It's just this one thing that's an awfully thick block of gold. Ooh, please do. I will throw that up on stream if you message it to me. Do-do-do. Nice. Actually, that's really cool. Give me just a moment, I'll pull that up on stream. And a new image. That one. So, Niram, could you tell us a little more about this? Because you're saying that this is Lustrian, so this would be what, from the, yeah, from modern Iran, so this is a kind of early Persian. Looks like, what, Bronze Age, so actually, like, BC? Let me actually pull up the axe in question again. Because, lo and behold, they actually did a really cool thing. Okay. Let's see if we can get the dating on one of these axes then. Luristan... Okay, yeah, 9th to 7th century BC. Or potentially even earlier. Late 2nd to early 1st millennium, so yeah. Somewhere between like 1000 and 600 BC, made out of bronze. So, you know, the actual design here, being high quality iron with then gold inlay is womp. But yeah, we're looking at almost 2,000 years out of date. Because we're looking at like mid 9th century AD for something that's mid 9th century BC. So we're like 1,800 years off date. But it is based on a real thing. Which is... we take those. I'm pretty sure we take those. Exactly. Surprisingly based on real things. Anyway, let's, I suppose now that we've cleared out the top edge of reality, let's go back down to the relatively same place and go meet Faravid. And keep going, because, yeah, we still actually have a lot of main quests to do here, because, lo and behold, riding across the open ground takes a long-ass time. Monsieur? My horse spawned in the river. Let's try that again, why don't we? Yes, I think that is what that does. I think that makes it into a Kelpie or Kush or whatever else you want to call it. Let us ride here into the world. Ah yes, there's the camp.
Eivor, welcome. Join me in drowning this golden drink. You made it. Come, have a drink.
You are very drunk.
Deep already.
Yet still floating. Tell me, how did my old friend like his goblet gift?
There were other things on his mind. Your man Ulfra, for instance. He died protecting the spoils he stole from Halfdan.
Indeed.
Ulfr. Poor Ulfr. I told him to mind your tongue.
They compare him to a dog a lot, which is fitting given that his name means wolf.
So easily riled?
No. Riches and glory have shaped him into something.
Also insanity.
The same man he used to be.
What is this place? I expected an army ready for Warcraft.
They're playing esports. Have confirmed.
I came with Halfdan and his brothers Uba and Ivar.
Right, they all went inside to play esports.
Those were good days. Now, too far gone.
We will find that site later. We also have his Bardiche already. Because he totally used a Bardiche.
My share of the treasure we took from those distant days. I buried it here for a rainy day. This bag is heavy with silver. Enough to pay for an army. Come! Race me to Eurvik, Eivor. Remind me of the glories long gone.
Okay, we're gonna...
drunk to win a race.
This is true.
Have a drink. Make it fair.
What's keeping you, friend Eivor? Waiting for spring?
Hey, we're drinking first. Just gonna, scoop the meat out with our gloves that we were doing murders with. He's starting in the lead. This isn't fair. We will, however, thrash him.
Best not fall off your horse.
See you in Eurvik.
Alright, this isn't gonna be close, because... even blind, our horse is smart, and we are fast. We have no regard for the road, or rules. There is only speed. Yeah, you'll have to try harder. Wow, he is nowhere close to us. Absolutely. There's probably supposed to be like dialogue. You know.
Fly, my friend, fly. Show fat of it. Having trouble keeping up?
My horse must be deeper in the cups than I am.
Yeah, we also cheated. We totally cheated.
Paying a visit to our kept King Ricier. Long may he reign. I haven't enough men to beat the Picts alone, but with Ricier and his fury, we'll finish them off.
Uh-huh.
You would bring a puppet king into this fight, but not your Jarl.
Keep this to yourself. The streets have ears, the windows have eyes.
I see you are also...
Level of deception.
You are also, paranoid.
My friend, if I describe my full strategy, we might never leave the campfire.
I prefer the light of a fire to the darkness of your plans. Don't do it again.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Things are better now, are they not? Ever since
Indeed. Well then, my game is lagging like crazy. Holy god. Okay. After we finish this questline, we will restart the game. That's from our Eurvic arc. Audun was a member of the Order of the Ancients who did a poisoning. Did a poisoning to literally everyone. Kind of awkward. We shot him once and he killed over dead. Anyway, please don't lag, game. Please stop lagging.
Wait, a favor I must ask you.
Uh-huh. Yep, we are continuing to be sneaky sneaks.
Are you mad? Ricier answers to Halfdan. You put this man in grave danger if he defies his master's will.
Ricier cannot defy orders he has never heard, no? Trust me, I will take the blame should our plan fall apart.
Uh-huh. Our plan. Your plan. Mostly just your plan. So Gazishan asked, what was the Great Heathen Army if not revenge for Ragnar? Both Ragnar Saga and the Thauter of Ragnar Sonum frame the Great Heathen Army as the sons of Ragnar Lothbrok avenging his death at the hands of King Alla. This is impossible. And so what it actually is not entirely transparent. But it seems to be a loose confederation of warbands.
Oh, do remind me, Faravid. Yesterday it was half done, but today I hear whispers that you are leading the charge. I am confused.
Indeed.
Yes, you answer to Halfdan. And now he orders one final strike
Yep.
to pick a stronghold at Magnus.
Uh-huh.
To make war with the North on such a scale will require a hefty amount of silver and a large force of men.
Yes, it would. So yeah, the motivations for the Great Heathen Army are not entirely clear. There's some amount probably going on of environmental...
I see. And you have these orders from Halfdan in writing, yes?
No.
From the great man himself?
Not with us, but you can rest assured Halfdan has need of you. He expects a swift victory.
He does know. We didn't lie.
I'm sorry, Faravid, but duty compels me to refuse.
Exactly. We got told that he can't read, so he can't write, so what's the problem?
You deny me. I do. To gift you an army puts my wealth and reputation at risk.
Uh-huh.
That's not what Halfdan wants.
So yeah, there's
He needs a
some...
strong and loyal
Does...
king.
You presume to know what Halfdan wants.
Why doesn't this cutscene finish so I stop getting tripped up by hearing dialogue? And then I will talk about that. Part of it is very, very upset about this. But you know, fair play, Risha, that's correct.
The greatest snake in Northumbria that Saxon is. We need his army to take Magnus.
And we'll have it if we falsify orders from Halfdan ourselves.
You would do this? Draw up fake orders and pass them off as real?
That's it, and I know just who to speak with. Hjor of Eurvik. He'll know what we need.
Good. Hjor's favorite alehouse is nearby. Seek him there.
Okay. Save. Yeah. Cool. We just got the save. So, we're going to quick restart the game. So, in the meantime, we will talk. Niram, I also like to believe this. So, we're going to see the boot sequence, but the game is lagging enough that I want to restart so it doesn't crash on us when we need it to. Be doing actual stuff. So, we get to reboot, and you get to listen to my voice. So, the Great Healing Army has a variety of motivations going into it. There's some amount, the traditional argument is that it's cold, Norway is cold and miserable and sucks, and so they leave to go find better places and set up shop there. This is the argument AC Valhalla leans into, to a non-zero extent. And this is really overstated. It's no longer regarded nearly as highly in the historiography as the main reason, though it certainly is not no part of the reason. There is also a need, as power struggles in Scandinavia are starting to consolidate. This is around the time that, you know, Haraldr Hardfagri is really consolidating Western Norway, and theoretically the entire country, but really probably just Western Norway, under his command. And so the system of petty kingships and intra-Scandinavian feuds that's been going on really since the Bronze Age in Scandinavia is starting to consolidate to an extent that's unsustainable. And so there's ideas that raiding, and raiding on a large scale, are a way to gain honor and wealth and land in order to bring that back to Scandinavia to assist in the power struggles there. And it's a way for warriors to gain renown, gain wealth, and make a living for themselves. While in 876, Halfdan does split up the lands of Northumbria and the titles of the nobility among the elite, I don't think we should say that this is the case, that there is ever a massive population of Norse people staying in England and truly making their living permanently outside of Scandinavia. There's some, and there's a respectable number, but it's largely elite that get kicked out that are doing that. A lot of the regular soldiers or raiders that are participating seem instead to largely be doing it for a few years, and then they go back home. And so there's a lot of coming back and forth, and further evidence from that potentially comes from there being several waves, because there's the initial one, and then Guthrum comes over with the Great Summer Army in 871, I think, after the Great Heathen Army has been around for several weeks, or several years, sorry. And then everyone goes to Francia, and then they raid in Francia, and Sevilla, and Germany, and then they come back to England for a bit in the 890s, and there's a whole lot going on there.
Just where I hoped you would be.
So, right, it's not straightforwardly the case that...
Right then, what's this?
Go home or get hurt, but you won't bother my friends.
Yeah.
Bother who I please after I brick your face to the brains.
Uh-huh. Ow. Hey, you didn't even hit me. What is this? Pugilist, yes. Ow. Luckily, we can kind of just tank that, and then it's fine. See, we can continue to tank these. Not even worried. Leovina, you're doing a whole lot of nothing there, it seems. Well, that was exciting. And Italy that one time. This is actually around the same, it's a little bit earlier, that the raid on Luna happens. But supposedly that's Bjorn Jarnsida, who is, you know, another one of the Ragnarsons.
Those men will wake up soon enough.
With greater sense, I hope. What brings you back to Eurvik? Secret errands for Halfdan. I need an army of men to face the Picts in the north.
What happened to the silver you took from Aldon? You could hire a band of sellswords for that much.
It won't be enough. We need Rishia's Saxons at our side.
Yeah. Ooh, I didn't realize that the Ravenhelm had like blue enameling.
It's not like it.
It's weird.
To be clear, Faravid made this plan, not Halfdan.
Does Halfdan know of this plan, or?
He doesn't, but he's given me leave to act as I must, for reasons I cannot share.
Wait, yes he does. We told...
The rumors, and all our messages have gone unanswered.
Can you aid me with some trickery? Help me forge a set of orders from Halfdan himself to force Rishia's cooperation.
You'll be taking quite a risk. You have my thanks.
Gazishan, no. Raids in Italy are extremely rare. The raid at Luna in the 860, or... Right, it's... Hang on. Let me make sure I get my date right. House date. Yeah, it's 861 or 862. That house date and Bjorn Jarnsida together end up raiding in Luna. This actually gets recorded in Ragnar Saga and the Thautar of Ragnarsonum as being an overland raid of all of the Ragnarsons, and it's to the point where nay. Ooh, I could accept more of these. Yes. Nay, stop it. Go away. Go away. I want the cloudberries. Okay. So... Oh wait, I was gonna get a drink with Leovina. Where did she go? Did I lose the alehouse?
Stretch your wings, Sunan.
I totally did. Oh, hang on, we got another bot. But yeah, it gets regarded as an overland raid. And it gets remembered as such, even though that, you know, causes... It makes very little sense. But they get as far as Luna, and then they supposedly run into someone. Okay, seriously, where did Leovina go? I totally lost her. Ah, there. Nope, those are other friends. Well, that's awkward. No character scenes for us. We shall just go back and talk to Hjord normally. That's fine. Yeah, so Ragnar, the author of Ragnar Saga, seems to have no idea of what the geography of Southern Europe is, which, you know, fair. Southern Europe has no idea of what the geography of Scandinavia is, so turnabout is fair play. But yeah, describes them as like raiding in the Holy Roman Empire and making it to Luna and being super successful. And then they meet someone on the road who says he's a pilgrim from Rome. And he's wearing a pair of iron shoes, and he's got a pair of worn out iron shoes around his neck. And Ivar asks him, well, what are these shoes? And who are you? And he goes, well, I'm coming from Rome. And in the time it took me to walk from Rome to here, I went through this entire pair of shoes, and I'm on this one. And Ivar and his brothers were like, screw that. No thanks. That's too far away. And then they turn around. And Norna Gestauter in Olav Saga Tryggvasonar does realize that that makes no bloody sense on how any of that works. And so Olafur Tryggvason interprets this as, oh, God sent a ghost to protect Rome from the raids of the Ragnarsons.
Straight from Halfdan's hand.
So yeah, they acknowledge that that makes no bloody sense and have to do work to justify it.
Yes, yes. Well, if Halfdan's loyal mules have pledged to fight, still, my help will come at a price.
If you're speaking of coin, I remind you that your soldiers are mine.
Halfdan's, my good man. Halfdan's soldiers, for these are Halfdan's orders. Correct?
Correct.
But I jest. I jest.
All is in order then.
If Halfdan commands, I shall raise my feared, and you shall have your fighting army.
Good. Get them marching at once. This must happen soon.
As soon as they are mustered, Lord Faravid, and no sooner.
Well, that'll take us a couple of weeks.
Eivor, a moment with you?
I'll meet you at Stenway.
Yup. It is basically exactly what they do. And by the way, at the meantime,
Nottinghamshire, as are we here in Eurvik.
Ragnar gets actually jealous of his sons raiding Luna and giving up on going to Rome, and gets himself killed at Allah's hand by being greedy.
I fight for myself and my people.
As any great leader must.
Why ask me of loyalty? What are you seeking?
An innocuous question. Loyalty is a word that slides off the lips like honey.
Yes, indeed.
Sweet to the taste, but never lingering.
Gee.
There are things simmering in Northumbria, hidden from even you. Take heed and have a care.
What? That is the most, hey, you're cool, don't come to school tomorrow. Right, that was 100%, hey, you're cool, don't come to school tomorrow. That's a contract, that's a yeah, let's do some contracts. Even if they're just stabbing people, let's do some anyway. Like, I can't decide if that was trying to throw in some out of mystery, but like, it just wound up being guaranteeing there's no surprises. Which, you know, gotta set up story beats. We gotta set up story beats somehow, but man! They aren't good at this whole subtlety thing. Yeah. Yeah, we do near them. But even if we took pre-modern as our standpoint, hello?
What do you see, Sunan?
Right, we're literally on top of the thing, supposedly. Right? Am I blind? Do you see any beasts in here? Do you see any predators in here? Yes, I think subtlety is for cowards sums it up pretty well. Hello, predators. Any predators here? Anything? No, that's a rock. That is regrettably a rock. Well then. High value contract. Red Nose informers have witnessed a terrible scene while exploring the region. A dark cult has established itself in the forest to practice their rituals to glorify death deities. They drink the blood of their victims and eat their flesh in hopes of becoming immortal. Indeed. Shall we see what this dark cult looks like? No idea what the hell is going on with that, because, death deities? What death deities in England in the 9th century? Right, you can't just have Lovecraftian pulp fiction. Right, let's take a look at who they think are these predatory, or this dark cult of spook. It's not even, it's a cannibalistic death cult, which is like, it's a trope in pulp fiction that's, one, incredibly racist and often applied to like pseudo-Aztec, basically like pseudo-Aztec neo-pagan groups, essentially. In an extremely like literary way, not actually referring to any practicing group of anything, or any relations there. Alright. That's fair. Did you just parry my arrow? Sir, you can't just do that.
Don't just stand there!
Senor. Hey there. Ah, yes, ketchup. Absolutely. They're just eating whatever they can, and that involves... like, pseudo-cannibalism? Oh, what? That's... Hang on, monsieur. So they're eating dark... Yeah. Kitty. What, Niram? I'm not sure I understand that comment. Poor kitty. Because apparently the lynxes here just don't know how to just be cool. Oh yeah, of course. Of course, Niram. How foolish could I be? You're right. I was mostly just eating the same body over and over again, though. Right? Just... Exactly. Infinite divine cannibalism. Note, the jokes made in this stream do not reflect anyone's views towards Christianity. Also, yeah, animals in this game are done badly. I wonder if I have friends who do animals specific. I think I do. I think that they may even be like willing to join. Yes, but what does that have to do with anything with random NPC? No, Valve, no one makes jokes. Deadly serious here. Okay, now when is this whole plan gonna fall apart? How long have we got before things go poorly? Uh-huh. Hi, what's up?
Where are the Saxons? We need them to take the fortress.
Patience. Riccier promised an army.
What about Jor and Jovina?
Lovina is ahead with a dozen of Eurvicscire's swords.
Uh-huh.
Come. Our Saxon allies have reached Magnus. We should march.
You just said we need to wait longer. You just said we need to wait longer, and then you said that they have reached it. I actually like that guy's hat. And we're dressed in our best, and they started the thing for the stuff, and then we're still like 1,100 meters away. Let's go.
We'll have to join us. Or stay home out of spite.
A good question. Alright, this game is capable of being quite pretty when it wants to. Oh wow. Look at this. I'm not sure what the point of having an aqueduct like this is right now. It certainly accomplishes something, I guess. Stretching out over... Wait, it just keeps going. It doesn't just go between the hills.
This plan. I feel uneasy.
It just keeps going forever and ever and ever and ever. And it's a big boy aqueduct. With a source of fresh water right next to it.
It will be a good fight. I have faith in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Eivor is really trying to sell us that something's going to go wrong here.
This goes well.
Eivor is trying really hard to sell us that something has gone wrong here.
Over here.
Hello, my random guy.
Today you may regain your glory. Think on that.
We did wrong to follow Ulfr, and would make things right by following you this day.
Uh-huh. It's the guys that were in the cutscene from earlier. Continuity and meaningfulness. Aqueducts do exist in England, but not like that. Not like that. By the way, Hadrian's Wall, actually up here, built in the 1st century and was maintained in use all the way into the 5th. But, it does feel a little bit like a Great Wall of China wannabe in this rendition. I don't know enough to say, right, whether this construction is accurate, what isn't, but, okay, now we can't see shit. Half snowstorms will travel. I thought you said a dozen. Part of it did say a dozen of Eurvicscire swords, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 2, 8, 2, 3, 2, 4. That's double. That's 2 dozen. That's 2 dozen. Yeah. Johnny, that's exactly right? The thing is too consistently big. There are parts of it that could get this big, and, you know, would have towns along it. The fortress we're going into here is basically a garrison town, gone awry. Well, they aren't lining the rest of the wall with it. Because it's simultaneously too small and too big. Like everything is here. Everything in this game is too small and too big at the same time. And it causes issues. Da da da.
On the battlefield once more, old friend.
Yes, my Jarl. As in days of old.
Who are you to speak of the old days? The days when my word was...
Who could have predicted this?
When the light of my glory lit the world. How dare you speak of those days as if they meant anything to a traitor like you?
Who told you of this?
My new ally is more loyal than my old friend.
Eivor Two-Faced. That is your name.
Gently, friend. I told Halfdan because it was my duty.
Enough bickering, all of you. We are at the edge of war. Preserve your rage for the enemy.
Bufina talks sense. We fight this battle and we end this war. This moment, nothing else matters.
Indeed. So that went well for us. What else goes wrong?
Look there. The Picts send a message.
Raven Taylor, with me. You will talk them into a surrender with your sword-sharp tongue.
Yup. Ljuvina, what do you know? Our house of cards comes crashing down as we knew it would. Ljuvina is the only one with any sense in this entire story arc. Okay, that snow just piled up quite measurably in the time skip. Why was there a time skip then? Right, we saw, everyone saw that, right? There was a time skip from night into day. And the snow just went zoop. And then there was more snow. Because we make no good decisions here. Literally zero good decisions walking 100 meters. Indeed, they did. They're ready for a fight because they are at their stronghold. With this guy's Bardish, you know, not from this period. Also, wait, those are Norse female oval brooches.
Turn tail and run back beyond the wall.
Right.
The Romans built that wall to keep us out, but they are gone, and we remain. Someday you too will disappear.
Wall or no wall, we have more gods.
I've got no idea, this dude, I'll be honest.
But we have many more friends.
So yeah, those brooches he's got going on seem to be a mark of all of the Norse he's killed using female brooches.
The kingdom has spoken.
What a throw! What a throw! Okay, hang on. Let's take a look at this guy. So yeah, he's got the blue war paint, and they did at least, you know, make it paint instead of something that could be identifiable as a tattoo. Come on, the brooches have clipped into his thing. We'll have to wait a moment. There we go. The brooches have still clipped into his shirt and chest. His lack of a shirt. Tragic. We'll have to kill him first. Wait, who poisoned? Okay, let's see if they stopped clipping into his chest. Nope, they're still clipped into his chest. Unlucky. Oh yeah, did I mention the evidence of how badly they are othering these guys? The Picts have the same animation and the same base model as please. Awesome, here we go. Oh hey! It's the same dumb heraldry, but on a shield. That's of a very dubious shape. I actually don't know. I actually don't know if that's... Well, the Picts did have square shields. I don't think they had hourglass-shaped shields. I'm reasonably... I don't know that for sure, but my feeling is that they had square shields. And that's not a square. Oh god, ow. That's gonna hurt. Oh wait, we need to actually drop the ladders here? Really? No one else can do that? No one else is able to do that? At all? Okay. Fine. So be it. Oofed. That... Why was that punch needed? That punch was not needed. So yeah, can I finish that thought? These guys have the same base models as the Jötnar do. The guys with the big bardishes, the Macbeths, are the Hang on, let's go into the codex here. Nope, not that. Codex. So, if we go into our enemy types, it actually won't say it here. Alright. Jötnar, Pict. Jötnar, Pict. Notice the similarities. Oh, interesting. Thanks, Johnny. Thanks for clarifying that the H shield is an actual thing, though it's just this is exaggerated. You're not wrong, Raptorus. Their main enemy is still Thor. So, fair play. Oh god, please run. Please. Please do the thing. Thank you. There we go. But yeah, it's not great that that's how they're doing that. It's just really not. Oh wow, that was just a murder. Hey, Halfdan got here ahead of us. Sir, you're a little bit... let's see, could fling this. Kaboom! Neat. Exactly one shot is sufficient. Uh-huh. Let's go. Stop, and let's go. Yeah, Emmett, this is on Hadrian's Wall, so the idea is that this is a Roman fort that they have occupied. No one else is gonna do this, are they? Alright. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. And their hell is in fact just, you know, hell. No need to overthink this. Their hell is just hell. Because regardless of what every instinct of this game's depiction says, they are just Christian. With these lovely, lovely H shields, I mean, yeah, all of the Roman settlements actually have this problem. Oh, are we just supposed to be killing people? Yeah, okay. So be it. Woo! Ah, we can't stop it here. Yeah, it's good. Look at that circle hut. That looks...
For Thor! For Ragnar! For Halfdan!
Looks like something. Anyway, OW52EN, thank you for the follow. I feel like that's supposed to be...
The traitor I suspected all this time.
Oh, word all the way? Anyway.
The coward will
I hope you're enjoying this. We've been going for a long-ass time. 5 hours so far, and we're not done yet.
Not yet.
Eivor, rise like an eagle or caw like a crow.
We're not done yet. Stop saying that, we're not done yet. We've got to actually defend the fort now that we've got it. Oh gosh, we have not... Yeah, we're gonna get Excalibur in a few weeks. Because that's gonna be a thing. Anyway, there was something way out here. The repurposed Roman fort has some, you know, round huts type constructions in it. There was one back, like way back over there that I saw in the zoom out. So they seem to have time to have made construction, because those aren't an English thing. Easy. Well, that was fast. Why did that work? I mean, I'm not even... These guys are just spawning in from nowhere. Oh good, there's a guy, I saw a shiny. Where are you? The game crashed. The game crashed. The game crashed. I'm too strong. I am, my swords are too strong. Here we go again! Yeah, so... Whew! Apparently, guys, yeah, dive attack's too good. Hopefully that doesn't cost us too much progress. Anyway, yeah, we're going to get all the legendary weapons probably in our... Well, actually, we're going to have to finish the main quest before we can get Mjolnir. Because we need all the pieces of the thing. But in the, like, cleanup stream, which will be in a few weeks, we are going to clear the last of the Daughters of Larian, or both of the last of them, the last of the Drengir, Ragnar's, everything, and talk about rocks, and do some other world events. There's a lot going on. We're just gonna sail and sum up the thoughts of the game in an entire dedicated week, because oh boy, there's a lot. And we'll do that before we hit endgame, so probably after doing Jotunheim, but before doing Norway 2, and before doing Hamptonshire. So we've got a lot of stuff coming up. We're in the end game here just goes crazy with some good and some bad history. Hey, don't mention the Druid DLC. We're not ready for that yet. We gotta get through next week first. Which this is a great time to mention. Emmett222 and a special guest star who specializes in Welsh history will be joining me next week as we do Gloucestershire. Ow. Nailed it. Yep. Ow. Phew. Hey, Halfdan joins us. Halfdan makes bad decisions too. Oh yeah, they absolutely have. You just maul... You absolutely maul these enemies, which is good. Like, good design, because the whole point is that you're killing like 17 of them for no... Well, a lot more than 17 actually. You understand what I'm saying, right? That there's just... You're killing an absolute load of them for no obvious reason. Oh god. Whee! Oh, hang on, we got a problem. All the guys we're killing and the place we need to get to are not the same place. And that should be it. Easy enough. That should be the picture. Nope, that's not the champion. Where's the champion? Oh, it was the champion. Okay, we're done. Okay, see you, Neonum.
He's fleeing to the north.
Yeah, so we just single-handedly decimated the entire, you know, Pictish army. Pictish... As I said, Pictish culture kind of dies out, Ah, that didn't hit? Ah, damn it, that only tickled him. I'm gonna have to, actually, hunt him down. And put in effort. Fine, we'll leave him out in the, edge of reality. I wonder if you could just stop. Right, could you just let him run? Can he escape?
You meet the spirits this day, traitor.
Can he escape? If we just let him... We could stop him. We could assassinate him, or we could run into Scotland. How far do they render it, do you think? Where's the edge of the simulation? Oh. He'll just stand here. He'll just stop and stand there. Fine. Fine, we'll do it that way.
Faithful counselor, please help me back to Eurvik. Let
Yeah,
my
you
heart
did.
expire at home.
I have no favors left to offer you, Rishir. Soon you will walk beside your god.
But I see no light. I feel no warmth. Only an icy darkness.
Hell's frozen door welcoming you.
What waits for me there, Eivor? What waits for me?
Traitor's death for a treasonous thought.
And by the way, apparently that means that the Norse afterlife is correct and the Christian afterlife is just wrong.
You cannot begrudge him that.
Because that's...
There is something in that. No more Saxon kings, Eivor.
Jesus. Right, that is what they're implying with this.
Fate of this shire rests on my shoulders.
By having the dying person see Hellheim, or Hell's Hall, kind of. Really the cave in which the Hound Gardener sits, but, instead of heaven or the fires of hell, or even Bede's conception of purgatory. There's a conception of purgatory in Old English of it being a place of extreme cold and extreme heat, and so you stand in the cold until you can't bear it anymore, and then you jump into the fire until you can't bear it anymore, and then you jump into the snow until you can't bear it anymore, and you do that until your soul is redeemed. And that's a real conception of purgatory that I believe is described by, I think it's by Bede. They could have done that, and it would have been fine. And they could have had it just be hell, the Hellmouth, and it would have been fine. Or they could have had it been heaven, and that's fine, because he was allying himself with other Christians against non-Christians, and by any metric that of modernity, you think that that makes sense. I mean, it obviously doesn't make sense in the Middle Ages, because that's political alliances crossed religious boundaries all the dang time. So it doesn't make sense in the Middle Ages, but, you know, you can make an argument that using somewhat modern conceptions, well, that would make sense. And then they don't do that. And so they imply that there is an afterlife that exists, which they'll imply way more explicitly in Nottinghamshire, and that they'll just outright state it. And that is the Norse one.
If they see me, this will get messy.
So... Huh. I don't think I like that. I'm very moderately confident that I don't like that. So, yeah, I'm not sure what... Oh yeah, and obviously attached to the metaplot it makes no sense, and given what Valhalla actually is in this game, it makes like negative 17 sense. But don't worry about that, because clearly the game developers didn't. Anyway.
Is Halfdan about?
Eivor, welcome. Halfdan has stepped outside with Faravid. They shouldn't be far.
So, anyway. We are about done. We just gotta figure out where outside is. Or where outside is actually outside. And then we will be on our way. We got one more little history surprise for y'all. But yeah, this pretty well dates us to 876, which is when every chronicle dates the throne, or dates Halfdan dividing the lands, and therefore presumably taking the throne of Northumbria for himself.
I should not have been. The fog set in and I could not see the forest before me.
The ceremony hastens to start. Let's not keep the crowd waiting.
Indeed.
Yes, let us go. To inscribe our names in history.
So yeah, poor Halfdan. And remember, within the metaplot context, actually, let's see if we can find it on him. We finagled the camera just right. Maybe, possibly. Anything? There should be a scar on his neck that says, "Hello, I am Isu." We might have to try again.
No more pulling strings.
Come on. Let me see. You just need a faint hint. No, trust that it's there, because it is. Even though I'm having a hard time getting the camera. There it is. You can just barely see it. Just tucked in right where the crosshair is. You can see it. And that's our giveaway that he's also an Isu sage.
And its burdens are mine.
He is Thor. Oh, I don't care.
Shall we lock horns?
No.
If you suck it back faster than me, you are the victor.
No.
Ah, is it the silver or the cut?
The lack of time. Strictly speaking, the lack of time.
Moira, how are things in Wike?
I get by. There will always be those who dislike me, but how I handle their ire is up to me.
Yeah.
Things are mostly well.
And Farvid? Rip Farvid. So yeah.
I have to thank you, Eivor.
So, Halfdan is Thor, and Farvid is Sif. Because the developers straight up said that Farvid is female, though, right, we don't see all the gods that are turned into, or all the Isu that are put in the machine to be reborn.
Now let us drown ourselves in mead for friendship.
Right, we don't get to see that. We don't get to see all of them, because the Isu appear to be. We'll meet Freya, and we'll meet Tyr, and we are Odin, and we have Thor there, and we have Sif there. Sif doesn't appear in the Asgard arc, but Sif there. Freyr is Haraldur Harfari, because of course. I feel like there's one more. Oh yeah, Heimdallr is Rig, from the pages that we've been seeing. Loki is Basim. So yeah, that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 9, so I'm still missing one. I don't remember who it is. There's one more. Oh, Idun. Yeah, right. Idun is in a comic. Supplement. Also not appearing in this game. Which I gotta say, right? If you're gonna do metaplot nonsense, at least have the dignity to make your metaplot nonsense all appear in the media that the metaplot takes place in. Don't fill it into supplement comics and novels and random crap that no one's gonna actually participate in.
I'll save some for later. Let's make a king of you.
Ah yes, all 3 people clapping. Huzzah!
To Eivor and the Raven clan of Mercia, our newest ally, in blood.
Also, you know, he said he filtered everything through the Horde. I assumed that would be that he poured it in there and then drank it from that. Instead of just drinking from the goblets? Like, you'd think that the unicorn horn would matter at all. It doesn't matter at all.
Moira, what is this metal? It's soft like Roman pipes.
So here's a spoiler.
That's lead. A toxic metal.
Yeah.
And was it lead that drove the Romans mad?
Yes, it was.
Do this to a man.
Oh, God in heaven, yes. The Romans
The
knew this.
the Romans did actually know this. They still drank with it, but they did know it. And plates.
All these years you gifted me poison. You gifted me madness.
Old friend, please. Your sickness has clouded your judgment.
This sickness was no accident. I trusted you.
Sheath your weapon, Farovit.
Eivor, make this man see sense.
Hey, wait, he's using a one-handed sword now. Hang on.
Oh shit! You want me dead, you
So,
lying shithog?
yeah, there is some evidence that, you know, medieval people also had some awareness that lead was toxic. But, at the same time, they still use lead in all sorts of stuff. And so, lead poisoning was extremely common throughout the Middle Ages. So, yeah.
Treason must never go unpunished.
Yep, we have a specific set of choices we have to make now.
Together, after all we won.
If any of my clan committed such a betrayal, I would rip his flesh from his bones.
You are not the warrior you used to be, friend.
Ow. Please don't. Stomp. Oh god, he got up so fast. He got up so fast. Ow. Hey, I am blocking. Please don't. Ow. Hey, wait. What is he doing? Oh, god damn it. And... yes, he did flashbang me. Yeah.
The end of our road.
Stand, you treasonous bastard! Stand and fight me!
Old friend, do you remember?
So, yeah, if we do not fight Farovit, we do not get the alliance with Halfdan.
You always won, because I let you in, my army.
But, yeah, Farovit, right, well, it's ambiguous as to whether this is the madness of Isu sages, or whether this is madness due to lead poisoning, which it has the symptoms of both, because they developed the two to be... they developed both to be, yeah. If we want the alliance with Halfdan, we need to do this. And there goes part of it. One fewer Isu in the world, to no great loss. And yeah, I am definitely of the opinion that Farovit meant to do it. Right, that Farovit knew that these were poisonous, and, just won't admit it.
Afton, it's time I go. I am leaving for Mercia, going home.
And go with this. A sign of friendship. A bond between our clans, a symbol of the pain and suffering it took to win the peace.
So, on that happy note...
I hope we were right about him.
We were, don't worry. No, don't need to leave that, don't leave that hanging. We were. No regrets. On that dubiously happy ending, we get another ring, because we get rings with every pledge we complete. As we should.
Calls me back to Ram.
You say good news. I find this dubious. But let us return. And then this is where we leave off on the stream. So, obviously this was a busy arc. We had going from Immaculate Drengir to Immaculate Draegr. We had Halfdan. We had the Picts, which have a bad problem of liking Gildas's narrative way more than archaeological evidence that we've had for 20 years.
Tell her the good news.
We had Great Sword Shenanigans, and we had lead poisoning. And we made a Jonsviking that gave us a tiny amount of money. We also have plenty more that we will need to do in this part of the world in the cleanup time. Right, we have... well, actually, sorry. This part of the world. We've got a thing to do there. And we may have some stuff to do yet in Eurvik. But next week, you know, we're going over to Gloucestershire, which is so pleasantly small compared to Yorkshire, right? Eurvicscire is gargantuan. Gloucestershire is tiny by comparison, and I'm grateful for it. We also had Loki the Rabbit, who forgot that he could turn into a salmon when he jumped into the lake, and who gave us Anvaranoid, which we will sell for the low price of not enough. Game balance, legendary items, what are those? What are those? We also got a lot of tungsten, which we'll use to do stuff, I guess. In the meantime, we'll see if the shop has restocked, because if the shop has restocked, we will actually quick buy some more stuff here. Also, yeah, let's
see what you have in stock.
Let's see what our legendary item of Anvaranoid, a ring that can duplicate itself and has mythological significance, sells for 38 silver. 38 whole silver.
You should buy that. I'll be sure to keep these in stock for you.
You would think, right, that if the ring duplicates itself, we could just flood the market with rings if we were just patient for a month. But it didn't work for Loki, it didn't work for Odin in paying off Otter's Wergild, and it doesn't work for us. So,
I hope to see you soon.
whoops. Apparently it's only valuable for the amount of precious metals in it. Whoops. Oh, right. We've got more stuff going on. We've got one more quest before we can call it a day, because, you know, just in case you thought that we were, you know, having a good time.
You were never going to use that sailcloth. Admit it.
We've got Holger causing problems again. And just in case if you forgot that Sigurd is not a good person, why don't we deal with this, just to remind ourselves that we spent 2/3 of the game trying to help out Sigurd, and this is how he's going to repay it. We've got goddammit Dag, who died, we've got goddammit Holger, and we got the return of Jerk Sigurd. This is not my place.
Only until Sigurd recovers his strength.
Alright, Andvi.
All right, once more. Gudrun, Holger, come forward. You'll state your cases and I'll hear you out and be as swift in my judgment as I am able.
So this is actually, you know, us doing our thing of resolving disputes. We are the Gothy, or chieftain of this place. Kind of, not actually, but...
Passing Holger's home. There I see it. Boldly displayed and worse, defaced. The scrolls and silly stories upon it.
Lies and slander.
Holger, quiet. You're well acquainted with
And so, right, we are doing our duty as a chieftain of a settlement. We are actually working for them as we were appointed. Well, not as we're appointed now, because we're not actually the chieftain. We were only keeping the chieftainship. So we might be doing a crime. It's dubious. The law codes are a bit unclear whether we still are caretaking the chieftainship since Sigurd is incapacitated, and we were the ones that he had granted the chieftainship, or the acting chieftainship to.
Holger, what say you in your defense?
Short days ago, I found a pile of mildew-stained detritus beneath the docks, and salvaged what I could. I wish to use it as a canvas, you see, as a conveyance for my latest work.
So this is gonna go great.
State, and so obscured from view, I assumed it was refuse, abandoned goods.
I see.
My motives were honest, Eivor. Would a thief be so brazen as to display the fruits of his crime?
Uh-huh.
Yet here she claims I have robbed and defaced her property, when all I took was rubbish left by to rot. Nonsense. My only crime here is that I gave something ugly and decrepit a bold new life.
I see. So you feel Guthrum disposed of something, and now unreasonably seeks its return.
Exactly, yes.
All right, I have heard enough.
I
Uh-huh.
have profited from that cloth. Holger has all but robbed me of a future boon.
It was garbage. Yet now it's a part of something greater. If anything, I have increased its value.
Yeah, KJ, you are correct. It's totally irrelevant.
Thank you with the back of my...
Quiet. Let me speak.
So, Chant, who do you think is right? This choice technically matters, but it also doesn't matter. Because we're not doing Randvi's quest, which means that we actually can't get up to 3 negative choices, which means we're golden. I also side with Run, because Holger has a bad habit of not identifying his, when he needs to ask for permission. Which is kind of an issue.
After careful thought, it is clear that...
What is this? What are you doing?
You refuse to come out.
Holger and Guthrum are at odds. I hope to find a resolution.
That duty is mine alone, Eivor. You know this. Stand aside.
Yeah.
Not here, brother. Nor did I wish to bother you.
A sallow excuse for such a bold defiance.
Wait, Randvi asked you to do it and you said no.
Singing, my dear Skull? My Jarl, as I was saying,
Stop! Enough! I have heard more than enough to render my...
Yeah, stop shouting. You don't do anyone good by being angry.
You have spun words into lies. You weaken the minds of children, and you lose...
I like his pants, by the way. I do like...
Too many years of tolerance. And rather than exist in grateful meekness...
Sigurd's pants are the best part of Sigurd's whole kit.
Lower. You become Holger the thief, robbing a woman of her livelihood, all in the name of your stupid stories.
Sigurd, Jarl, no, that is not the...
This is the consequence of your actions. You will pay Gudrun the value of 30 sailcloths.
30 times? Surely you jest. That would ruin me, Sigurd.
Do I look like one to pay pranks, Holger? Pay the fee, or be exiled?
Yeah,
Jarl, if I
no.
may, I seek only compensation
This is
for
not...
a single sailcloth. The rest
30
is...
times in silver. That is my judgment.
Eivor, please. Does this not seem unfair?
This judgment is severely unfair. But we should still be good on choices. No, actually we're not. We're at 1 negative choice. We're at 2 positive choices. It is deeply unfair.
Sigurd, the punishment must fit the crime. Your judgment is cruel and unfair.
Cruel and unfair. Oh, no. Now you have it back.
Yeah, it's super unfair. Yeah, no. Sigurd, stop reading Jan de Vries! God damn it! Wait, this sounds suspiciously like the Templars?
As my brother and my Jarl, I back you, Sigurd. But in the face
Here we go again, on my usual bullshit. If you do not remember, from the Asgard stream some months ago, the idea that Tyr, who Sigurd is a Lord of Justice, is invented by George Dumazil and Jan de Vries, who are either actively Nazis or Nazi sympathizers, and want war and law to be the same thing. Tyr is a god of war, and the prose and poetic Eddas are both explicit that you do not go to him to seek reconciliation. Now, admittedly, the game proves that Tyr is really fucking garbage at reconciliation. So, right, this is actually making a historical argument by having Sigurd be trash at it. Having him be unbelievably, ungodly trash at getting reconciliation. So, fair play. Actual historical argument being made in contrary to Sigurd's words. But they could have just not done it. They could have recognized the historiography and not made this part of the character arc.
If you wish it.
They could have just not. You go to Baldur for reconciliation, or more accurately, you go to Forseti for reconciliation. And if you don't go to
Basim, have you spoken with Sigurd lately?
We talk from time to time. Why?
Have you noticed any change in him? Any loss of happiness or feeling?
He appears to me more thoughtful.
No, Basim. Basim.
Thoughtful? That seems an understatement. He speaks
He
the voices of the gods whispering in
yeah, the gods are all jerks then.
Strange time, Eivor. Among stranger people.
Exactly, KJ. You summed it.
But who can say for certain?
Indeed.
You summed it up nicely, KJ. This Sigurd sounds like the Lord of Justice as a fascist would imagine it. He totally does, and guess what? That's because he is. And it's bad. I wish they didn't make this argument. Even if it has a place, right? Even if they are presenting the argument to prove that it is flawed, I wish they did not make the argument in the first place. Because it perpetuates a lie.
For stepping in when Sigurd would not, in spite of what happened.
Poor man. I've never known him to be so angry and reckless.
Is that a side you've seen? Rarely. There have been moments when he was distressed, worried, afraid. But nothing like this. Never.
Raptorus, you got it correctly.
Best for him, as we take
right.
care of our own. We're his best hope for healing. If it is not too late. In the meantime, we press on.
I entered Eurvicscire to meet Halfdan Jarl.
What's
I left a friend of Halfdan the
not clear in the 9th century is whether cases could be determined by settlement outside of a thing. Well, I mean, obviously they could be. Let me rephrase that, because obviously they can be. But if a negotiated settlement is made outside of a thing, the extent to which that is binding is uncertain. So there is a potential that they could legally just say, yeah, go through it. It's like, yeah, I totally got paid. I totally just got paid. Don't worry about it. I got compensated for my one sailcloth. We're just going to let the feud drop. And if neither of us prosecute the feud, then there's nothing anyone can do about it. Because the person in charge of upholding the feud, or upholding the compensation that was agreed upon, is the injured party. Gudrun is the one who is responsible for ensuring that Sigurd's judgment is upheld. If it isn't, and she decides to just not let it care, as far as I can tell, that's fine. Sigurd would not be happy about that. But my admittedly limited knowledge of Norse longcoats says that might not matter. Sigurd's opinion might be unimportant for this consequence. So anyway, after that lovely shit show, this is where we will leave off the stream. I hope you all enjoyed this. I stream twice a week on Wednesday evenings and Saturdays at, well, Not this time, but usually a little bit before this time. 11 to 3 is what my goal usually is on Saturdays, Central Time. And we do a showcase of historical games, mostly Norse stuff, because that's what I'm familiar with, and there's a lot of it right now. But also broadly across all sorts of times and places. So, the next stream is going to be Wednesday, at 7 p.m. Central Time, and I hope you all enjoy me. And I hope you all will join me. And if you like this, do consider subscribing to this channel and on YouTube, where I do video essays as well. It helps support the channel a lot, and all the money that is put into, that you guys donate to the channel, goes right back into making this better for you guys. So, I hope you all had a great time, and hopefully I'll catch you on the next stream. Make sure you're followed, and have notifications on to see when I go live next. And join the Discord to talk to me outside of that. We hang out, we have a good time. So yeah, have a good rest of your weekend, everyone. We learned a lot this stream, I think. Next week, with more AC Valhalla, we're going to be doing Gloucestershire. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be an absolute glorious mess. You don't want to miss it.